territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Next will be a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Good morning. And Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Excellent. We are all here. Next, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Not hearing any, so hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang.
I move that today, November 19, 2025, City Council public hearing agenda be adopted with the following change. Replacement attachment for 3.14, Bylaw 21320 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, Belvedere Attachment 2.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor Wright. Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items. I don't have any, I believe, on my list. So, no, we are good on that front. Although we will be doing the Métis Week event today at lunch here in City Hall. So, everyone is welcome to join for that. Next, the explanation of the public hearing process. So, before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. For the process, the clerk will call out the bylaws and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak. When called, you can raise your hand if you're here in person, and if online, you can unmute and speak up and indicate if you're present. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation if needed. Members of the public who registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. And if you have followed me in my time, I am very firm on the 5 minutes because we have a process, we keep that in place. So make sure you've timed yourself. You can even keep a timer on yourself at that time. So when everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration, and after all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any clarifying questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here in person, City staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.1, bylaw 21316, to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing and associated public open space and utilities? Kendall?
Yes, I have Katrina Road to answer questions only in person. There you are. Bladen Dibben in person. Thank you. And Kyla Oatway in person. Hello. And for this item, nobody in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.2, bylaw 21317, to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing and associated public open space and utilities? Kendall?
Yes, I have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only, who's already there in person, and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.3, bylaw 21322, to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing and associated public open space and utilities? Kendall?
Yes, again, Bladen Dibben to answer questions only, still here, hasn't moved, and Crystal Brightwell in person, and there you are as well, and that's to answer questions only as well, no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21313 to amend the Windermere Area Structure Plan, or bylaw 21314 to amend the Ambleside Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 21315 to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Ambleside?
Yes. First up, and actually this is by the way, for anyone registering to speak, you have the opportunity to put in the phonetic spelling or a pronunciation. So Mark, have we been incorrectly pronouncing your last name this entire time? Because it says Uberman. So we've been mispronouncing your name for about 12 years. It's not Huberman, it's Uberman. Okay, well, Mark Uberman. So friendly note to anyone, because there's definitely other people that I think we've got your names wrong for at least the last 12 years. Feel free to use that feature when you're registering to speak, because now we cannot get Mark's name wrong because he has done that before. Thank you, Mark. Mark is to answer questions only. Fascinating. Well, thanks for never correcting us. That's good. Marcela Figuera in person, hello. Are you to speak or answer questions only? Sorry? If selected, there would be a presentation. Okay. Third is Griffin Hutchin.
Yeah, present.
Present. And just to check again, are you to present if selected?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And number 4 is Dianesh Despande.
Yes, present.
Present. And just to check as well, are you to present if selected?
Yes.
Fantastic. So just for clarification to colleagues here and actually anyone listening in, we'll sometimes check if there's nobody registered in opposition. We'll check to see if the speakers who have registered in favor are to ask questions only, or if they want to present if selected, because sometimes people don't need to make a presentation if members of council aren't looking to select it. So that's why I checked that out. On this item, there is no one in opposition. We'll continue on. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.7, bylaw 21310, to allow for medium-scale housing, Inglewood?
Yes, I have Ryan Idick. There you are, Ryan, to answer questions only in person, and no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.8, bylaw 21311, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Mayfield?
Yes, in favor, I have Api Agrawal to answer questions only, remote. Are you there? That's okay.
Yeah, present.
Perfect, thank you. And
Yes, sir.
in opposition, I have Wayne Null in person, or maybe virtual. Wayne? Oh, there you are. Hi. Yes, there we are. Sorry? Yeah, not yet. Sorry, we're going to be going through your items later in the agenda. We're just making sure you're here, and you are. So thank you very much. We'll keep going.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21324 to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan, or bylaw 21325 to amend the Uplands Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 21326 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, the conservation of natural areas and facilities that provide community and public benefit, the Uplands?
Yes, I have Keith Davies to answer questions only from Stantec in person. There you are. And Chris Delaba to answer questions only from Rohit Group is there as well in person. And no one in opposition. I realize since we've still got a few more to read, maybe I should do our school, City Hall school that's here, just in case they don't want to stay for us reading out the names of everyone. They might, I don't know, that's exciting, riveting. But I do want to welcome, we have here from City Hall School, at school, Mihano. I've not heard of that school, over in Ward-Tastawiniwak, from which your counselor, by the way, is Counselor Karen Principe right over there, and their teacher, M. Zanari. This is a grade 6 class. Hello. Thank you all for joining us today. We're very glad to have you here today. And is this day, what day of City Hall School is this? Day 3. Day 3. So you have been doing lots of things. Have you done a mock council yet, or is that part of the... This afternoon. Well, we're very quick. Who's going to be the mayor? Mayor, do you want to come right down to that microphone there and tell us what you'll be discussing? We want to hear your debating items that you'll be chatting about. First, tell us who you are. We'd love to know your name.
Hi, my name is Zach.
Zach, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. What will you be discussing today as part of your mock city council?
E-scooters,
E-scooters. What about them?
if they should be allowed on the sidewalk.
Oh, if they should be allowed on sidewalks. Fantastic. So, well, I hope you have a wonderful time discussing that. Make sure you let us know the decision once you've decided. It should be a lot of fun. And so thank you so much for being here with us, both Zach and the rest of the class. Thanks, everyone. Oh, yes, and by the way, that is the only time we're allowed to clap. That is the exception to the rule. When City Hall School is here, we absolutely clap for them. No other clapping throughout the time, and we're to create that neutral environment, but always here to celebrate our City Hall School. Let's continue on.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.12, bylaw 21329, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Stillwater?
Yes, I have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec. Hello there, and you're in person, and there is no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.13, bylaw 21328, to close a portion of 72nd Street Northwest Yellowhead Corridor East?
Yes, in person, or in favor, I have Hong Pham, remote. Hong, are you here? Are you online virtually?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and I just want to check, are you to present regardless, or are you to present if selected?
No.
Sorry, just to check, sorry, just a clarification. Do you want to present either way, or if this item isn't looking to be selected, are you comfortable without making a presentation?
No, I'm here to answer questions.
Answer questions. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Because there is, on this one, no one in opposition, so just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.14, bylaw 21320, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing Belvedere?
Yes, in favor. I have Jaspri Bangu to answer questions only. Remote. Are you here, Jaspri?
I'm here.
Thank you. There is no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.15, bylaw 21321, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development Delwood?
Sorry, just confirming, what community did we say there on that, 3.16?
3.16?
Oh, what, 3.15? Sorry, it's not on my
Or 3.15.
Google Docs.
Pardon me.
Okay. Sorry, no, the only reason I confused myself is the Google Doc didn't have 3.15, so I will use the paper copy. Oh, it's not there. Okay, there's no either paper cut. Do we have anyone? Do you have a list of anyone?
My apologies, Mayor. We do not have anyone to speak for this item at this time.
Fantastic. Okay, so no one in favor or in opposition on 315. Fantastic. We'll continue on.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.16, bylaw 21330, to allow for medium-scale housing Mayfield?
Yes, in favor, I have Naresh Datwalia to answer questions only. They should be remote. Naresh, are you there? Okay, well, we can keep
Yes.
going. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Very good. There is no one in opposition, so we'll go to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.17, bylaw 21334, to allow for neighborhood-scale mixed-use development Calder?
Yes, in favor, I have Doa El Nagar to answer questions only in person. There you are. Hello. And no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.18, bylaw 21335, to allow for light industrial, small commercial businesses, and limited community uses, MacArthur Industrial?
Thank you. Yes. In favor, I have Rhonda, and Rhonda, I don't know if I've said your last name before, Alajawi?
Yes, Randa. I'm virtual.
Randa. Yeah, it's good to hear from you, Randa. Thank you very much. In person, to answer questions only, and no one in opposition on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.19, bylaw 21304, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing Westmount?
Yes. In favor, I have Stin Franken, remote. Stin,
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. And in opposition, I have Myron Boris, remote. It's okay, Myron. No. Jen Vitivin. Oh, you'll have to give me the pronunciation of that one when we get to you, Jen. Are you there? In person. There you are. Sorry, the lighting is so hard to see at the very back. Thank you. And Stacy Teddy Koth in person is there as well. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.20, bylaw 21305, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing Highlands?
Yes, in favor. I have Ryan Eidick in person. Again, Ryan, are you to answer questions only or to present if selected? Present if selected. Fantastic. There is no one in opposition on that item.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.21, bylaw 21306, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing Strathcona?
Absolutely. We have in favor Noah Sunga, remote from Seneltech Architecture Planning. And Noah, are you in there?
James Baleo, architect from Sonaltec, is present, not Nova Sangha.
Okay, so just yourself then, and
Correct.
you're to answer questions only. Thank you.
Correct.
Perfect. No one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.22, bylaw 21307, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Boyle Street?
Yes, Marshall Hundert to answer questions only in person. Hello, and there's no one in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.23, bylaw 21308, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Forest Heights?
Yes, in favor, Abdullah Al-Nakawi to answer questions only, remote.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Stephen Yude to answer questions only, JSW Construction, remote. And don't hear.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Thank you. And Tony Mahey to answer questions only, in person, or maybe remote. Oh, there you are. Hello. Perfect. And opposed, we have Christopher Batdorf in person or remote. Christopher? Not seeing Christopher yet, in person or remote. We'll keep our eye out on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.24, bylaw 21309, to allow for medium-scale housing, Allendale?
Yes, in favor, Jeff Booth from Situate in person. Are you to present if selected? Yes. Thank you. Present if selected. There is no one in opposition on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.25, bylaw 21336, Omnibus and Omnibus Plus text amendments to zoning bylaw 20001?
Thank you. No one in favor, and in opposition, I have David Plamondon from the Alberta Avenue Business Association, remote. David, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. David will be here shortly. I'm with the Alberta Avenue Business Association. He'll be here shortly.
Fantastic. No rush. Your last time out of business, and so it'll take a little time anyways. And then
Okay.
the other speaker we have is Thirsty Green from Windsor Park Community League in person or remote. The pronunciation, I think I got right according to this. Thirsty. Okay, no one yet, but that is the last item, and so that will likely get selected, and we'll come to that at the appropriate time. Great, so that is the call of persons to speak. If there's anyone else wishing to speak that wasn't called on an item, please make sure you can come down and speak with the clerks. What we will do next is the selection of items. So please go on the board if you have any items that you want to select for discussion. Please just use eScribe to bring yourself on the board. Councillor Stevenson was there and then she disappeared. So did you remove yourself? Okay, well I'll start with you because you were first on the list according to what I saw. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will select item 319 and 325.
You selected 319 and 325. That's Councillor Stevenson selecting those. Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I was looking at 3.1 to 3.3, but it's probably the same question for all three, and it's questions for admin.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you're selecting those ones. There will be questions of admin. If they're answered in 3.1, that might change how we approach 3.2, 3.3, but for the meantime, we'll select them all. Thank you for that. Councillor Salvador?
Yep, thank you. I'll select 320 and 3.23.
320 and 3.23 for Councillor Salvador. Thank you. Next is Councillor Clark.
3.8, please.
3.8 for Councillor Clark. Fantastic. Councillor Stevenson, we already got. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I'd like to select 3.17.
3.17 for Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Elliott.
Yes, 3131415, please.
313, 314, and 315, correct?
Yeah, or maybe taken care of, but I just want to put my name on the list for this, but we'll
Sure.
see.
Yeah, those are currently selected by Councillor Elliott. Excellent. I don't see anyone else on the board for those. Just going through. So I'm just going to go through what I have. Items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 selected by Councillor Morgan. Item 3.8 selected by Councillor Clark. Item 3.13, 3.14, and 3.15 selected by Councillor Elliott. We have 3.17 selected by Councillor Rutherford. 3.19 selected by Councillor Stevenson. 3.20 selected by Councillor Salvador. 3.23 selected by Councillor Salvador. And 3.25 selected by Councillor Stevenson. Great. I don't see anyone else on the board for selections. So Councillor, I think we said it's Councillor Salvador, you do it? Or no, Councillor Rutherford. I don't know, I keep forgetting. Oh no, she's doing minutes, you're doing bylaws. That's right, yeah. Anyway, I'll get it. I'll sort it out. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to move first reading on item 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.9, 310, 311, 312, 316, 318, 321, 3.22, and 3.24.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on the closure of the public hearing on those items.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry, move the closure.
Yeah, sorry, I think that's what I had assumed. Yeah, we got it. It's our first public hearing. We're going slow, being thoughtful.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. We'll bring them back. We'll do this omnibus first, because since we've closed public hearing and not to make, or I guess, if we know which items we can move, we could move closure of the public hearing and then lump them into the omnibus. Councillor Elliott, are there items that you are okay with?
Yes, the 313, the bylaws I requested to speak about, I received information I'm seeking, so I'd like to remove my name for
Okay. So what we can do is, if Councillor Rutherford is also willing to move closure of public hearing on 313, then we can lump that into the omnibus.
Yeah, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 3.
All three. Oh, sorry.
3.13, 3.14, and 3.15.
That's correct.
Great. Okay. So we've moved closure of the public hearing.
Councillor Elliott, would you like to do a seconding?
You want to second that?
Second.
So that's moved of the closure of the public hearing on 313, 314, and 315. Please vote on the closure of the public hearing on those three items as well, please. Sorry.
We're just loading the vote.
Yeah, sorry, we probably messed you up a little bit there. We changed the order.
Yeah. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Rutherford for first reading.
Yes, now I will move first reading. I apologize. On item 3.14, 3.1, sorry. I move first reading on item 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, 3.12, 3.13, 3.14, 3.15, 3.16, 3.18, 3.21, 3.22, and 3.24.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on first reading of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading on all the aforementioned items.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on second reading of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll move consideration of third reading on all the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. And again, just a reminder, in order to do 3 readings all at one meeting, we need to give permission to that. Please vote to allow for a third reading to occur.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I will move third and final reading on bylaw 21313, bylaw 21314, bylaw 21315, bylaw 21310, bylaw 21324, bylaw 21325, bylaw 21326, bylaw 21329, bylaw 21328, bylaw 21320, bylaw 21321, bylaw 21330, bylaw 21335, bylaw 21306, bylaw 21307, and bylaw 21309.
Second.
Thank you. And that is seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for third and final reading on those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. To our new colleagues who might be asking why for the first 2 readings that we just say sort of all of the above, and the third reading we read it out. I don't actually know if we're supposed to do it, but we've just done it for years. It's probably good practice just to make sure we're reading out the bylaw, but I don't actually think there's a requirement to do that. So.
There is.
Oh, there is. We actually have to read out. Look at that. After 12 years, I'm learning. I didn't actually, so we have to read out the bylaw number for third reading. Fantastic. Good. I always did it. I just never knew that we needed to. So this is good. Here you go. See, even after 12 years, we can learn new things. This is a lesson in life. Always be willing to learn. Fantastic. So let's do that. Do you need to, Madam Clerk, no, we don't need to read it out because we've just read out each one that we've passed. So we're going to the first item of business on this. So we'll start with item 3.1, which is bylaw 21316. Councillor Morgan, you selected it. Did you want a presentation or did you just have questions of administration?
I actually just have questions of administration.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's since since there's nobody in opposition, we don't have to get the presentation. If somebody were registered in opposition or even in favor and wanting to speak, we would do a presentation. Where we have all of the speakers only as questions only, we're able to skip the presentation if councillors are okay with that, and then we can go right to questions of admin. So I should just double check my colleagues. Is everyone else okay if we go right to questions of admin? Fantastic. Councillor Morgan, please.
Thanks, and acknowledging that this process and this stuff kind of started way before my time here, but I just had a few questions about the Kendall build-out, and I guess that's going to be applied to all 3 of those items there, 3.1 to 3.3. So my question is, I guess, what's the projected population of Kendall community once a neighborhood is fully built out?
Councillor, we'll just pull that up for you in 1 second here.
Awesome, thanks.
So the total residential population at build-out is approximately 18,000.
18,000, okay. And that, in addition to how many in Heritage Valley? Do we have that information or no?
That will take me another second.
Yeah. Sorry, I kind of threw this at you.
So when you say Heritage Valley, you're talking about the neighborhood?
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is
side?
like, yeah.
So you're looking at, okay.
Yeah.
Councillor, between Windermere and Heritage Valley, there's probably about 150,000 people.
150,000 people. Okay, great. So with Kendall adding to it, how will traffic on 41st Ave Southwest be mitigated with this increase? I did see some plans for Ellerslie Road and Ambleside and the Eco Station there, but I didn't see anything about 41st Ave and
Councillor, there currently is some reconstruction work going on with 41st Avenue further to the west near 170th Street. Portions of 170th Street north of 41st Avenue are also being reconstructed. Those will be to a rural standard currently. And in the future, 41st Avenue would be upgraded to urban standard.
Standard, and just humor me, what's the standard?
So an urban standard would mean the existing rural cross-section would be upgraded to urban, so with shared pathways, sidewalks, crosswalks, traffic signals, that sort of thing.
Increased capacity?
Yes.
Yeah. So does that mean 4 lanes or 2 lanes?
I believe currently the arterial roadway assessments include 2 lanes of construction. Depending on the build-out of lands to the south of 41st Avenue, the additional lanes may come in the future.
Okay. Do we anticipate that'll happen before Kendall is built out or after?
Timeline-wise, unclear at this time, given the unplanned areas south of 41st Avenue.
Okay. Okay. Have we learned anything from previous? Like I'm thinking there's already 5. I think there's about 5 communities that are directly on 41st Ave. Kendall will be 6, but there's probably 7 right now that currently rely on 41st Ave to Calgary Trail. Have we learned anything from building that out prior to having 41st Ave where the capacity needs to be, in my opinion?
Could you be more specific, maybe?
Yeah, I guess like the traffic, like where are we at right now with that? Like, is the traffic issues that are experiencing? I'm getting lots of feedback about that. I don't know if I can say that or not, but we get lots of feedback about the traffic issues in the area, and I guess is that coming to you guys?
Oh yes. So we are getting all those concerns about traffic in the area. So in the southwest in particular, that's why we are looking to prioritize upgrades along Ellerslie Road, Rabbit Hill Road, that intersection, with build out of Kendall. So future subdivisions that come forward would be conditioned with those improvements. So widening, intersection improvements, upgrades to 170th Street. There are also improvements to 170th Street already required by area developers north of 28th Avenue, and there's ongoing work with Terwilliger Drive, of course, so increased capacity is expected to help mitigate some of those issues around there.
Yeah, final question, I guess, our traffic analysis shows that people are going to go that way instead of 41st Ave to Calgary Trail or to get out of the area?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I was just struck by the images of the agricultural land here. Do we have a sense of the quality of the soil or the potential food productivity of this land? Do we get any information on that?
No, Councillor.
And when we're looking at our carbon budget and our climate goals, and we're looking and you see there's tree bluffs and other natural features that contribute to carbon sequestration, do we get any information about that or how that's considered as well too?
Councillor, we do not look at GHG equations, I guess, through the neighborhood structure plan development. This plan was adopted by council earlier this year. And the density in this neighborhood also plays a significant role just in terms of efficiency of land use. It's reaching that 45 dwelling units per hectare. Yeah.
The other piece I was looking at is, and it came up about transit planning as well too. Is there going to be in future a connection here to bus rapid transit at Century Park? Or bus rapid transit, or how is this? What's the I guess the longer term transit plan for Kendall to South LRT or to other major transit connections?
Well, it depends on neighborhood build-out, so transit service to Kendall likely begins with on-demand transit before stage implementation of conventional service kind of as the neighborhood develops. It's likely to be served by local routes that would connect to things like Century Park and such.
So it'll be, what I think I'm hearing is like, we'll be monitoring it, and then as it builds out, we'll figure out how we're gonna service those areas with transit as well and mitigate some of those traffic impacts.
That's correct. So Ambleside Transit Center would be, if funded and constructed, would play into that as well. So, yes.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about the requirement to construct the arterial road improvements. At what point would that be done, like timeline?
It's tied to the subdivision, so currently we have improvements tied to and servicing agreement signed, so the construction of those roads are expected over the next few years. But future improvements kind of in those priority areas like the 170th Street connection down to Kendall, the Ellerslie Road improvements kind of near Rabbit Hill Road where we're seeing a lot of congestion would also be tied to these subdivisions.
So I guess what is the trigger for them to actually be completed? I think we see a lot of arterial roads across the city that are in need of widening and have not been done. And it's kind of up to the developer's discretion as to when those would actually be completed.
So, Councillor, as communities build out, there are studies completed in terms of how many people and how many cars are going to use the roads. When those thresholds are met, then we start to condition the subdivisions in order to build and upgrade the roads so that there's a balance of providing infrastructure that's needed, but not providing infrastructure that's over and beyond what's needed for each of the developments. So there's a balance there that occurs because the market and the developers can't handle or build all of the arterials at once up front. So there is a staging and phasing of it that's based off of a number of different traffic studies and modeling to show how the neighborhood builds out and when the appropriate time is to upgrade those roads. It's not a perfect
no, it's not.
It's not a perfect system.
We've got it all across the city.
And those are growing pains, and that's what happens with rapid growing population. That's what happens with fragmented ownership, because through the MGA, there's only a certain amount that we can attribute or have them build out. So we have to stage and phase it appropriately so that we're not burdening individual developers with too much infrastructure. It has to be shared throughout the basin.
So the MGA restricts us from planning ahead?
The planning ahead is done. What it does is that we can only condition so much to each phase. So as we develop
and that's
build
by
out,
the MGA. It only allows us to do it, or is that our own policies, internal?
it's both, and there's a reality to it, because what that means is that a developer will have to carry over expenditures. So they are only responsible for infrastructure that's directly related to their subdivision. But through the planning process and the subdivision process, we can condition additional infrastructure to support the overall neighborhood. So there's a balance there to create a system that allows that overall build out while we're respecting what the ability of each phase of development can carry.
Okay, but so we could, and I spoke with Ms. Petrin on Friday about this as well, about changing our policies and processes to plan ahead, or to have a trigger, not just to suggest that the widening and that be done, but to actually compel the developers to do it.
So again, like through the subdivision process, which is after this phase of rezoning, the studies that are done in support of the neighborhood all the way from the NSP level to the rezoning to the subdivision are continually refined to see what capacity is required for the road network. And as that capacity is reached, or as those thresholds are reached, then we start conditioning the requirement for additional infrastructure to be provided.
And that's at the development officer's discretion then as to?
It's at the subdivision authority stage.
Okay, I think we need to do more to plan ahead to reduce some of the congestion that we're seeing across the city, so.
There are some realities that we face. There's non-participating landowners that have arterials going through their land. We can't force any landowner to build roads that aren't, that isn't subject to that subdivision or what have you. So there are realities out there that create some conditions that aren't optimal as these communities grow out. As they continue to grow, eventually, those parcels come online, whether there's price pressures or they finally see the sale price they want to see, they come online, which is happening in this neighborhood, which Kirk alluded to around Rabbit Hill Road and Ellerslie. There was a non-participating landowner that held up some arterial road construction throughout Windermere. With these new subdivisions in Kendall, those are conditioned to build that missing link, which will help alleviate the overall network.
Okay, my time is gone.
Yes, it is. Thanks. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. Just a few follow-up questions. So in this particular case, the advancing this does help us fill one of those gaps, is what I'm hearing on the transportation side.
That's correct.
Okay. I think, you know, and obviously, especially with the new council, there might be a need for a conversation. I'm looking over on this side about how that works, because I do think there's, you know, I know there have been examples in, you know, in Northwest Edmonton where even though there were other things happening, we were able to put conditions on, and just being able to maybe share, this is not the day for it, since we're dealing with a specific land use one, but maybe that's something we think about as part of orientation, to talk about where we have pinch points, where we don't, where we know there are non-participating landowners, so everyone knows which parts of the city have constraints and what we don't, and if there's policy changes we would need to make. So is that something we can think about?
Mr. Mayor, we can take that away in terms of an information session related to arterial roads, development, that sort of thing.
Fantastic. The only other question I wanted to follow up on was for Councillor Morgan's. I think he asked the question of sort of what did we learn about 41st Ave, because I believe the issue is that for all of the neighborhood structure plans and area structure plans that were approved prior to Kendall, they were approved before the city had annexed land south of 41st Avenue. Most of them were. And so at that time, the arterial road at the edge of the city, whether that be 41st Avenue Southwest or in my previous neck of the woods, 231st Street, those are the one exceptions where we only ever required the developer to build a 2-lane arterial road because the bordering municipality would be responsible. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think the learning question is you know, if we don't have many more borders that we're dealing with, although we did take on additional land, we would likely not make that same mistake for our future developments of our expanded boundaries of just requiring a 2-lane arterial road for anything that's done in the future. Is that correct?
Just to back it up, I wouldn't call it a mistake.
Well, yeah, it was a requirement, I think.
The requirement, because it was a boundary road, we could only put in two lanes. In saying that, typical arterial road construction is shared between, in this condition, the north and south property owners. So we would probably still look to divide and have that build out as the need comes online for south of the road. But right now, 41st can only be built to a 2-lane.
Yeah, until something happens on the other side of that road, until some type of development's approved. Unless we chose it. So this would all be developer-led for that. And I think the challenge that Councillor Morgan has raised, and I heard it as well, I mean, and this isn't the only part of the city, as we've heard from others, but particularly on 41st Avenue, I know it's for folks, they're now taking, in the mornings, some cases 45 minutes just to get out of their neighborhood because of the constraint of the roadways. So the only other option that we would have is if we wanted to front-end work, I guess.
Correct.
But
the only other option would be for the city to fund it.
And you could still potentially recover that down the road as future development occurred, but that would be the only. I'm just curious, like we're trying
potentially, there isn't an ARA set up, an arterial roadway bylaw set up for south of 41 right now.
until we have the first ASP for the area.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to go through that. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Yeah, return to the chair.
Oh, actually, can you hang on to it because I see Councillor Morgan has the second round of questions, so I can move a second round.
Sure.
Second.
Okay, a second round is moved by Mayor Knack and seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on a second round.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried, and now I return the chair.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Morgan for additional questions.
Thanks, and I guess I'm hoping a final question here for you. I'm just wondering if we have some knowledge or maybe I can request a report or something about the costs involved in maintaining just that section of 41st Ave, you know, with cars that are, I see cars going and going through Allard. Right now, I see cars that are going south of 41 Ave, cutting through our gravel roads and our undeveloped areas. People are being very creative in how they get around that area, and so I'd be curious to know the additional costs of not having that 4-lane eventual development, I guess. That's we're burdened with right now.
So, Councillor, that's outside of the public hearing, as you mentioned. I guess for the information, we can take that offline and further refine what you're looking at in terms of cost to the system or cost of operation of just the existing roads. I don't know if we could get you any sort of expenditures for traffic meandering through the neighborhood, but we can get you operational costs for the existing roads.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions on the board, so I will take this moment to ask if any members of council have any questions of our speakers in favor or of administration on any new information. So again, what we mean by this is that based off the questions, maybe something new has arisen that you have a question about. You're welcome to click on the board if you have questions specifically related to new information based off the questions that we've been asking. But I don't see anyone on the board, and so therefore this would be a great opportunity. Oh, sorry, there we are. Councillor, oh, and wait, before I go to Councillor Rutherford for new information, I'm going to do, we've got another protocol item here. I have St. Teresa of, I think it's St. Teresa of Calcutta from Ward O'Damon, with teacher Mrs. DeBrule? Did I get it? Yes, not even phonetic pronunciation, and I got it. Welcome, thank you so much for being here today. Are you just on a tour today? Fantastic. Are you also going to be doing a mock city council? Yes. Who's going to be the mayor? You're the mayor? Mayor, did you want to come down right over here and tell us have you already had your mock city council, or will you be? You're going next. You want to come down and just quickly tell us what you're going to be discussing? We'd love to hear from you, Mayor, if you're willing. You don't have to. That's fine. Well, does somebody just want to shout it out from the class, what you're going to be discussing? Do you know what you're discussing yet? Ooh, electric scooters and whether they should be allowed on sidewalks? Fantastic. Okay. Well, I hope you have a great time doing that, and please let us know what you decide. And thanks for being here with us, everyone. And of course, I forgot to say your counselor is Councillor Ann Stevenson, who is right there as well. So let her know as well when you make that decision. For new information, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, is Katrina?
Yeah, Katrina Rowe.
Can you come down?
Come on down. And Mr. Dibbin's also coming down, just in case. One of the two can answer your question.
That's perfect, yes, I appreciate that, thank you.
They're just going to sit down at microphones 1 and 2 there, just in case. And don't worry, we'll restart your time. That doesn't count.
No, it's fine. I will
Okay.
take the floor.
Oh, even better. All right, then I won't restart your time.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, again, I'm not as familiar with the south side of Edmonton and some of the pinch points that have been brought up by Councillor Morgan. But what I heard today is that that road won't expand until there's development south of 41st. But if we're adding all of this density into an area where we already know there's pinch points and travel issues, I just wanted to get a sense from the applicant about what is considered even in terms of the selling. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I'm just trying to understand if there's any desire from the applicant to also benefit from having some improvements to 41st.
Is this on? Yeah.
For
All
the
of
new
the
residents.
landowners are part of a cost share corporation, or the majority of the landowners are part of a cost share corporation. And so we look at the arterial roads in the area collectively, all of us, and try to deal with the construction as the city assigns it to different subdivision applications. Absolutely, we all want the roads to be built so residents can get in and get out without any difficulties. And like Travis Pollock said, there's a bit of a balance between the timing of the construction, the cost of the construction, and what's been assigned to which developer.
Yeah.
It is a requirement for us to build them, so once we have the condition, we have a certain amount of time in which we have to build it, and we have to pass all of our inspections, so it's not just left up to us to do when we feel like it, so I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
And I know administration in their report identified some of the higher priority roads that will be assigned first. And so there's improvements noted already for 170th Street, for Ellerslie Road. We're already starting to hear about what will be assigned to us, and we know they need to be built for residents in the area. And then the last piece, I think, is 41st Ave Southwest, which only the first 2 lanes would be built and assigned to us, but as development continues further south, if it ever continues further south of 41st Ave, then I think those other lanes would also be assigned at that point. Blaine or administration can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
So at what point is it when, because right now I see that all 3, I know they're not cross-referenced, but, so correct me, but all 3 are still kind of closer to 28th, and then we're working our way south. So as we start to develop closer to 41st, is that when that's going to trigger for that development of the 41st?
Yes.
So right now it's prioritizing Ellerslie, it's prioritizing 170th. Then as it goes up closer to that road, that's when it's gonna, for whatever the standard is that is agreed upon.
That would be my expectation. The city looks at all of the transportation studies that are done at the various levels of applications and determines the roads that have the highest priority and assigns them generally in the order of priority.
Okay. So I guess to administration, how do you prioritize? What factors go into your prioritization?
So it's based on traffic volumes and like the complaints we hear in the area. We look at all those things.
Is it reactive or proactive? So
It is proactive. So we know with Kendall that we need to do upgrades to 170th Street, to Ellerslie Road. That's why we've already kind of signaled to our partners in development that these will be required.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions on the board. No, that's Councillor Wright snuck in there. Go ahead.
You said that it's also a result of complaints. So the louder, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease?
We take feedback into consideration is maybe a better way to phrase that, but generally it would be based on the traffic volumes that we see and the intersection turning movements, the issues we see at the intersections, anything we see related to that, we would take into consideration as we assign those improvements.
Okay.
Councillor, those improvements would also take into consideration issues of safety. So if there are issues that are arising, we need to react to those. And so yes, there is an element of reaction to this.
Okay, because to me, that's what I've seen is more the reaction, I guess. And Ms. Rowe, is there any time that you would sort of overbuild to accommodate traffic without being asked to by the city or through the development process?
No, we generally build what's been conditioned upon us through the subdivision process. I'm not sure that we would even be allowed to build beyond what was conditioned.
And would they be allowed to? If they felt that it was better for the community that they're developing to provide that access?
So what is built and designed is based off a number of things, including the traffic analysis that goes into the neighborhood planning and the subdivision planning. It also has to follow the construction standards, complete streets. So there's a number of guidelines and specifications that developers have to follow in terms of what they build. And those are all put in so that we're not either overbuilding, underbuilding, or building something that is too costly to maintain in the future.
So, but if they're adhering to the complete street standards and like, we would restrict them from building a 4-lane? Like down 170th or 184th? I don't have the map in front of me.
So the roads that are built are based off of the traffic studies that are done on the modeling to see what is required. So generally, we don't want to see overbuilding because then there's increased maintenance and operation on that. There's increased expectations with community in terms of, is it built to a design speed? Is it built to the travel speed posted on it? Because there's classification of roads throughout the city that have to be traveled at such speeds. So generally, we wouldn't allow overbuilding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to follow up on this, I think that maybe it would be helpful at some point, and give me your feedback, if we sat down and talked about how we build infrastructure and why initially you might have one lane each way, even though you might see greater traffic volume. And you talked a little bit about you don't want to overbuild as well. So I wonder if you want to talk about that risk a little bit so that folks can understand, or whoever wants to talk about it.
So yeah, it's related to the requirements we assign at subdivision. So typically we would require the urban upgrades from wherever the current urban road terminates up to their first access into their neighborhood. So you'd get the first 2 lanes upgraded. As development comes in, it can happen across the area in different ways. We can get land for like 2 lanes, typically easier. 4 lanes sometimes takes a bit extra time. So stuff like that plays into the staging of how we do these.
Okay.
And Councillor, I just might add that through the plan process and the development of the plan, the roadways are laid out in terms of their location, and development sequencing is also laid out in the plan. And so that helps us, in a proactive manner, inform how that development marches along. And then the subdivision process is when we acquire the land, because the land needs to be subdivided so that we can assign it as road right-of-way to then build the roads. And then we have the ARA bylaw, or the Arterial Road Assessment bylaw, that helps us as administration to, and with the developers, to pool that money as development proceeds and then pay for that first, whether it's 2 lanes in this case, 4 lanes in most cases, to develop or to build those roads. And so this is an exception because it is a boundary condition. But there is processes, policies, and bylaws in place that administration has to follow to get those roads. So it is proactive, it's planned, and it's sequenced.
Right, and I think the disconnect here is there is the feeling about traffic, and then there's the reality about traffic and how we measure that. And I don't think those things always match or are understood. So you can feel like, boy, there's a lot of traffic here. Why didn't they build this road widened in the first place? Or why did they overbuild this road because there's not a lot of traffic? And so I think that those kinds of questions are generally not understood because there's the facts and there's the feelings, and not sure where they overlap in a lot of cases when it comes to the experience that the general public has, right?
Correct. And yeah, we definitely are hearing those complaints and those concerns. through the public hearing process, but also through the inquiries that we get. And we're addressing those as we can with the means that we have as best we can.
Yeah, and, you know, this all pertains to like the land use decision because councillors want to know, okay, if I approve this, what is going to be the impact? And so, you know, it's germane to the discussion. I mean, if anyone is interested, do you think we could take this larger conversation offline at some point so we can all get on the same page for understanding how the mechanisms work for initial infrastructure, for measuring traffic, and for funding and things like that, which make the land use question a little bit easier?
Councillor Briquette, that will inform our information session that we can schedule with council around arterial roads, how we construct the decisions we make through the process. So definitely that's great feedback for us to consider in putting together a session for council.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board. Councillor Morgan might want to move, this is the ward councillor, do you want to move closure of the public hearing?
I'm not the ward councillor.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Kendall. Oh, that's Ward Paceman. That's right. Sorry. Forgot. Councillor Elliott, do you want to move closure of the public hearing since it's...
Yeah, so moved.
Excellent. Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I mean, oh, there.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott, do you want to move first reading?
First reading for the first reading right now, correct?
First reading right now.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Wright. Anyone wishing to speak to this at all? We'll let the board reset. I will see if anyone, but I might actually take 2 seconds, and well, I'll take more than 2 seconds. Councillor Briquette, are you there to speak?
Legacy.
Okay, legacy name, so I'm going to click on Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I have the chair.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate, and it's first public hearing, so it's actually good we've had this conversation. I'll share a few thoughts. So I'll support this, but I really appreciate the points raised by Councillor Morgan, and I've also heard the same traffic concerns from Councillor Elliott as well for folks in the area. I know Mr. Pollock didn't like me calling it a mistake, but I'll say I think this is how I'll describe it, which is that up until the mid-2000s, the city of Edmonton didn't require developers to do 4-lane roads. They required a lot of 2-lane roads. So we are facing with a number of areas, whether it's the west end, southeast, like you name it, probably every one of our wards generally has areas where the city had approved development under an old model. And then in the mid-2000s, that started to change. So that thoughtful planning that we just talked about is taking place now for neighborhood structure plans that were approved after that changed. But I think it still has created a lot of legacy issues because, these border roads like 41st Avenue, I mean, I'd love to believe that everyone's going to go use 170th, but they're not. Like, there's already way too much traffic on 41st, but because that was never a requirement, there's only 2 ways we're going to fix the border road issues. We either got to pay for it up front and then figure out a way to recover after the fact, or we have to allow the next phase of development to occur on the other side and make sure that's clear conditions. In hindsight, I think that was a mistake because the population we have in these areas has clearly reached a point where that arterial road cannot sustain itself at peak times, just like we are seeing in other parts of the city. That's not a reason not to support this. It's just the reality and worth having that conversation. So I really appreciate those questions. I think we need to continue to learn from those decades-old decisions. And I think we have, like to administration's credit, I think there's a lot better planning that happens now when these types of neighborhood structure plans are coming forward, such as this one, which does trigger the requirements of upgrades. But it is a legacy issue that will end up having a lot of current traffic congestion impacts and cost impacts because we have to still take care of those over time. So I'll support it, but just thought I would offer that as some additional context. So that's it. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Fantastic. I don't see anyone else on the board to speak. Councillor Elliott, any closing comments?
I'll just state that I'm glad that this procedure for the development plan is moving forward. I do support what's occurring, but I also echo Councillor Morgan and a few others around the table about the concerns about the traffic, because that's the main thing that significant of us on the south side has heard time and time again about these issues. But I do believe through administration and through us, we will address these moving forward, because that's we have to, and we will take care of this. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott, did you want to move second reading?
Move second reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott, did you want to move consideration of third reading?
Yeah, move for consideration, third reading.
Fantastic. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration of third reading on 3.1.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott, do you want to move third reading
I'll move third reading.
of bylaw?
Bylaw, I believe this is, correct me if I'm wrong, 21316?
That's correct. And since we have to read out the number, I'm glad we did. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on third reading of that bylaw.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So that finishes 3.1. I will check to Councillor Morgan on items 3.2 and 3.3. Did you have different questions and you would like to go through them, or are they?
Yeah, I have another question.
Okay.
Actually, it's different.
Okay, great. No, that's fine. No presentation required on 3.2 then?
No.
No? Okay, so we can go straight to questions. You've just questions of administration or the applicant?
Administration.
Perfect. Go ahead. Questions of administration on item 3.2.
Okay, thanks. I was just reviewing this 3.2 and 3.3, and I noticed that the notification radius back in June, again before my time, was about 61 meters. Recipient 61, with no responses. Do we think, or do we find that our current way of doing that, our current catchment for feedback is enough, given kind of the conversations that we've just had with how many communities this actually impacts outside of that radius?
Councillor Morgan, the current practice is the required minimum of 60 meters. We do have the opportunity to increase that if we see it necessary. Usually in these types of situations, we don't really see it necessary, mostly because the main conversation about what land uses should go where was done at the NSP stage. So when we're doing these kind of rezonings that are in conformance with the plan, and when there's not anticipated to be a lot of interest, we tend to go with that minimum.
And there was not anticipated interest for this one? and for Kendall in general?
For the rezoning that's in conformance to the plan, usually we don't get a lot of feedback. At the planning stage, when the plan is getting developed, there's a much more in-depth conversation and there's interest in how that works. But usually these sort of rezonings are seen as following through on the plan and are more just the next step in the process.
Okay. I'm going to probably have to sit down with you at some point and learn a bit about that myself. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions on the board. I will ask if any members of council have any questions related to new information that arose during the public hearing. Not seeing or hearing any. Councillor Elliott, did you want to move closure of the public hearing since this is?
So move for closure of public hearings.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on item 3.2.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott, first reading. Do you want to move that?
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on first, or well, I'll double check. Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing anyone on the board to speak. Please vote first for first reading on closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott.
Second reading.
Moving second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott, for
Consideration for the third.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott.
And I'd like to, for third reading, for closure of the public hearing.
On bylaw?
On bylaw, that's 21316.
17.
Oh, 17.
Thank you. Yep.
Second.
Thank you. That has been moved for third reading. Please vote on third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So that is 3.2. Councillor Morgan on 3.3, do you have, again, that question was going to be the same?
Yeah, I'm okay now.
You're okay on 3.3? Perfect. Is there anyone else that had questions on 3.3, just to double check? Not seeing any. Councillor Elliott, do you want to help us out on this one?
Yeah, first reading.
Closure first.
Closure for the item.
Fantastic. Seconded by?
Second.
The duo of Elliott and Wright. There it goes. Please vote for closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott.
First reading.
Second.
First reading of item 3.3. Councillor Wright, seconded. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Elliott.
Second reading.
Second reading
Second.
of that same item. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Elliott.
Consideration for third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Elliott.
And consideration for, closure, third reading of, for bylaw, closure of bylaw 21317.
21322.
Through it, 22?
Yeah, there we
I'll
go.
say closure of 21322.
Third reading of bylaw 21322. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So 313233 have been completed. We're moving next. The next item is item 3.8, bylaw 21311, the Mayfield item. There are speakers, so we will go to administration for a presentation, and I'll just turn the chair over to Councillor Rutherford for about 2 minutes.
Yep, I have the chair.
Good morning. This
Good morning.
application proposes to rezone a site in the Mayfield neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the small medium-scale transition residential zone with a height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located at the southwest corner of 109th Avenue and 163rd Street. Bus stops are located at the site and just across the street, providing transit connections to the Stony Plain Road primary corridor to the south and the Westmount District node to the northeast. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public with a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's website. We received feedback from 31 respondents with concerns about increased traffic congestion and safety, impact to neighborhood accessibility and character, and lack of infrastructure to support increased density. Because of the level of interest from the community and the fact that Mayfield has not experienced many infill rezoning applications to date, administration also prepared a document with additional information about the proposal and the rezoning process. This was sent to the Community League and all respondents who provided an email address to the city. Next slide, please. The major differences between the two zones are that the proposed RSM H12 zone allows a height increase from 10.5 to 12 meters, an increase in maximum site coverage from 45% to 60%, and a reduced rear setback from 10 meters to 5.5 meters. Essentially, this zoning change could lead to a taller and longer 3-story building. Potential outcomes of the increased size could be more units than under the current RS zone, or a similar number of units, but with them units being larger. Next slide, please. The site is located in the Jasper Place District Plan and is identified as urban mix. Outside of nodes and corridors, urban mix allows for small-scale buildings throughout and provides direction for situations like this where additional scale can be supported. The corner site would need to meet one of the following contextual criteria, either be within 100 meters of a node or corridor area, be within 400 meters of a mass transit station, or be along an arterial or collector roadway. This corner site meets the criteria of being on the collector roadway of 163rd Street. Next slide, please. Administration recommends City Council approve this bylaw because it proposes a zone that is compatible with the surrounding area, allowing for housing intensification along a collector road right next to a bus stop, and it aligns with direction in the Jasper Place District Plan and District Policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take back the chair. And first up, we will see if this was selected by Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, our speaker in favor was to answer questions only. Do you have any questions of our speaker in favor?
You know, the question, more kind of comments. Yeah, I have questions.
Perfect. Yeah, yeah. So I think I heard our speaker in favor is here still. So that's Agrawal, Abi Agrawal. So go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. I think kind of just questions, like I've got the information in front of me, reviewed it a little while ago. I guess sort of the intent with this, where do you see this? Kind of walk me through, what do you envision this development being?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
So we have proposed like 10 units, and we want to like with each garage suite, because this is the corner lot. So we want to like make it 5-plex here, and with 10 units and with garage suite.
Okay, 10 units garage suite, if I hear you correctly. And parking, what about parking for this?
For the parking, like it's still with the drafter. He is like currently coordinating with the client, like how many parking he wants, and like we will see like how can we fit the parking here. So it's still under the design.
Okay, so still determining if parking for some of these suites is available, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
And have you engaged directly with any of the community around this, gauged from some of the feedback that we've got with their concerns?
Sorry, sir?
Have you engaged personally with anybody in the community?
Not directly with any community member, but like I'm like in the process of that, because client is already like meeting those kind of persons. I'm just coordinating with the rezoning here, so I don't know too much about that.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, those are my next questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson has questions for the applicant.
Yeah, thank you. I just hoping for a bit of clarity. So my understanding is that under the current zoning, you could have 10 units. So what was the motivation to go for the rezoning?
So it's already like pre-sold house, and client want it with the 5-plex with garage suite. So that's the reason why we are like in the process of this 5-plex with garage suites.
So a 5-plex plus 5 garage suites, so that would be 10 units total on the site?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and so again, I think I understand that the current zoning would allow you to do 10 units?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. But we want it with the garage suite, so.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll follow up with to get some clarity from administration on that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for the applicant. We will then go to our speaker in opposition, Wayne Knoll. Did Wayne leave us? Because I thought Wayne was sitting there. Wayne, are you on with us virtually?
Sorry?
No, no, not to you. I'm just asking for our speaker in opposition, but I don't see them online, and they might have left in person. What we'll do is I've called for them. We've given them an opportunity, so we have the ability at this point to go to questions of administration. If they happen to walk back in, we could always go.
Yeah,
with
that would be at your discretion,
Okay.
Councillor, but I think you're free to continue on.
Okay, so then we will move on to questions of administration, and I'll start with Councillor Clark, if you have questions for administration.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious question is, was this recommended for a rezoning if it already fits a criteria? Was that provided to the developer? Or?
So, Councillor Clark, right over here in
Yeah.
the middle. The way the process works is we receive applications from private landowners.
Yeah.
So in this case, a private landowner had a desire to do something. They wanted to seek out the RSM zone, and they made that application to the city, and that's what we've reviewed and recommended an approval to City Council.
Okay. Yeah, because I guess I'm just a little bit confused, because it seems like it would already be in the RS zone, then why, if it's 10 units, but maybe that is a process that they're going to work through and go to a higher number, right?
Yeah, so if we're just talking about the number of units, you heard them say that they're currently intending 10, which is the same number that would be allowed in the RS zone. And usually when we see a rezoning like this and the unit number is not really changing, it's either to allow for the units to be a little bit larger because you have more site coverage.
Okay.
So you might get units with more bedrooms, and it also could be to accommodate an enclosed parking like a garage, which counts towards your site coverage. Which if you're maxing it out in the RS zone, which only has 45%, then you can have a garage in addition to the 10 units.
I got you. Okay, another question. When we kind of see all the response from the community, right? When we see an overwhelming number like this with 29 opposed of the 31 who got the mailer out of what, I think 100 got sent out there. Is there a threshold that triggers, like, what number of people in the community need to say, I'm not in favor of this very movement, or is that just, we take it under consideration?
So for administration, so we are doing our technical review, our planning analysis, and we do the engagement for three main reasons. The first being to get the local knowledge from people, make sure our analysis isn't missing anything. People know their neighborhoods best. We also use that feedback to see if we can work with the applicant to make adjustments. In this case, with standard zones, there's not too much opportunity for that. And then third main thing is we collect that feedback for City Council. So we summarize it for you, we make sure you're aware of that feedback, and you can factor that feedback into your decisions how you see fit. But primarily our recommendation is going to come from our technical review and our planning analysis.
Okay, one more question. Thank you for that. When we're looking at the policy review, the fact that this hits 1 out of 3 criteria, right? So it's on a per share collector road. Is that pretty standard? Like, do we want it to hit all 3? Is 1 good? Is that a high enough bar, or we're just saying it hits 1, so that's okay?
So the way the policy is written is that it needs to meet at least 1. And so in this case, it does meet at least 1. We do look at other contextual factors as well. So this is a corner site in the collector, so it clearly meets the policy. But in addition, this collector does have a transit route on it. There's a bus stop literally right outside the front steps. There's some open space nearby, and that bus route does connect to other major node or a primary corridor and a district node that can provide further connections to other places in the city very effectively. So we look at the policy, and that's mostly what's going to be relied on, is the context that's written in the policy, but other factors can play into our recommendation as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott is next with questions.
Thank you, and my questions were going to echo very similar to Councillor Clark. But just for my awareness, and because I know when I look at some of the comments that were provided, some of the feedback indicated that they had concerns. Example was the sewer capacity. Are you able to just walk me through the process? Because I know, I don't believe that's an issue at all, but I've heard that come up time and time again in regards to residents and how things are being built. And anybody can elaborate on that for me, please?
Hi, Councillor, just up here. Yeah, so with every application, we do a technical analysis on the sewer systems. It generally involves looking at the estimated number of people in the existing zone and comparing that with the proposed zone. So here, some of my colleagues alluded to it. It's a relatively minor adjustment. The units could be the same or maybe a slight increase with smaller units. So this area is quite well serviced by larger diameter sewers, so in this instance, it was fine.
Thank you. No further questions as well.
Thank you. And I realize, I know a bunch of you have nameplates, but just for everyone, especially because we've got a lot of new folks, feel free to introduce yourselves as well, just so we all know who you are.
Hi everyone, Michael Chong. I'm the Acting General Supervisor for Drainage Planning.
Yeah, just that way we all know who's here and what they do and why they're answering questions. It's always helpful. Councillor Wright is next.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, with the omnibus that's coming up, the 3.25, how does this work in sequencing, because this property here is along an alley? I'm just wondering for the parking, because there was a number of concerns.
The changes that are related to multifamily sites and the alley are going to apply only to the developing area. This is in the redeveloping area.
Okay, so
it won't apply.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know we've had a lot of conversation around the RSM H12 for mid-block. But my memory is we haven't, it has been focused on the mid-block conversation rather than the corner sites?
That's correct.
Okay, well, and I think, I appreciate the commentary earlier around, considering other contextual factors. And I think that's a question that comes down to me in the policy. So 2.5.2.5 talks about supporting more development if it meets one of the criteria. And I'm just wondering this nuance between support or consider.
So yeah, those are the specific words, and there are other policies that use the word consider. When we see a policy that says support and the criteria is met, we consider that basically direction to support it. And I don't think you would ever see us not support something because of context for that. When the policy says consider, that's where we could go either way, depending on the contextual factors, not just the ones in the policy, but anything else as well.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I think, well, and maybe I just wanted to, so you did mention sort of the contextual factors that you were looking at as well was around the ETS access. Do we know the frequency of that route?
I don't have that off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay,
I believe when I looked it up, it was roughly every 15 minutes during the day.
okay, yeah. Okay, that's really helpful. I think I'll leave it there for now and look forward to hearing from other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that even though the intent might be 10 units with more space, what we're approving in this rezoning would be unlimited unit count, so you could get micro suites.
That's correct, Councillor. There could be smaller unit sizes and a larger number of them.
Yeah, okay. And another question I had is, I have two more questions. How do we classify collectors? And I say this because I think about, this is classified as a collector road, the same way 132 Ave is classified as a collector. But to me, they're very different in function and form. So how are we, is it just because there's a bus route? Is that how it becomes a collector?
Collector roads do typically carry bus service. If we're going by the engineering definitions, it would be the connections between arterials typically. Collectors also provide access to local roads, access to some developments. We have different access management guidelines based on.
So how is this a collector if it's a connection to arterials? Because it dead ends. It doesn't actually go to Mayfield Road. I'm actually very familiar. My grandpa actually lived like a few houses down from this, so I spent a lot of time walking this neighborhood as a kid. The road doesn't. There's a sound barrier, and the road doesn't go to Mayfield Road, and it's a T intersection where there's an alley access right in the intersection itself, which would also potentially cause conflict. How is that a collector road?
Right, so the definition is not exact, and it's not based on specifically just the connection to the arterials. It's based on the traffic volumes, the expectations for how many of those local roads are also connecting to that road in the neighborhood.
And Councillor, I'll just add, 161st Street is just sort of one leg of the collector that runs through the neighborhood. So 110th Avenue moves over from 156th Street down 161st, and then west on 109th, and then down to 107th Avenue along 163rd Street. It basically follows the bus route. So that's kind of the route of the collector road through the neighborhood, connecting two arterials, one to the east, one to the south.
Are all bus routes in neighborhoods classified as collectors?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking this is because when we talk about the district policy and saying along any, so if we keep the policy as it is now, and I know we've had lots of discussions on this, basically we're always going to be considering stuff along bus routes.
Correct, and that's there's a reason to that.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just shoring up an understanding. And so that's why I was asking. And you said that there hasn't been much infill in this neighborhood thus far. How many multi-unit developments have been done in this neighborhood in the RS zone?
Councillor, right now, since the new zoning bylaw came into effect, there's been 2 row housing projects and no apartment buildings. So the rest, any other dwelling increases would just be houses and some secondary and garage suites. So very minimal within the RS zone.
Okay. And then I guess my last question, again, I don't think I actually got an answer on it, is with that alley entrance right there at the T intersection, how is that factored in if we're thinking about this development being right at that corner?
So it does meet our access management guideline standards, so having it there is not really an issue.
Are you referring to the T intersection 161st Street and 110B Avenue?
Yes. And then there's the alley access that goes, it goes up and then it's,
Yeah, the 161st Street northbound obviously doesn't connect to an arterial road there. I don't have an explanation for why that stretch of 161st Street is classified as a collector, but it is south of 110th Avenue, and that's where the bus route is.
okay, no, that's helpful. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. I thought I heard you say, Ms. Cooper, right? That the previous discussion was mostly all about mid-block. However, I do recall last council for item 2.5.2.5, there was a motion to make it at least two of the following criteria, correct? Which I believe was not successful. So there has been discussion about this.
Sure, there's been discussion about the RS zone and the RSM and where it's appropriate. There's been lots of discussion, but just in terms of motions that have passed and motions that we're working on to bring back to council, there is one about mid-block related to anything larger than small-scale development.
Right, yeah. Since this is a new term, I just wanted to just give a little bit of history on this and just make sure that the correct messaging is out there for that information, because not everyone may be aware of it. And I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, I do believe I heard you answer that this lot without rezoning can accommodate 10 units currently under the zoning
That's correct.
bylaw. Okay, thank you.
Councillor, just to add to that ongoing discussion around district plans and these policies, there are a number of motions that are currently out there, including where to concentrate development and how to concentrate development through the different policy frameworks, including the 2527 policy or 2526. And that is scheduled and looking to be scheduled to come back in February of 2027 to have that holistic conversation around and the collection of these motions so committee and council can have a say in the direction that they want to go.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tan.
This conversation is reminding me a little bit of a property in my ward, also corner lot, 10 units, didn't go through rezoning. It went to SDAB for appeal, and it was successful. And the rationale, I mean, this has been a few months since I saw the document, but it was around some of the changes we made in the zoning bylaw around essentially restricting developments larger than small scale mid-block, even though it was the corner. I'm just does this sound familiar?
Unfortunately, it does not to me. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll have to find that just because I feel like that sets a precedent that's making me, I guess, having second doubts about this one.
So, Councillor, what I'll say is that you are independent from the decisions at Subdivision Development Appeal Board.
Sure.
Your decisions are based off a number of things, considerations of the policy at hand, where you land on a certain issue or where you want to go on it. The SDUB decisions are a little bit different. They do provide at least some sort of indication around how they would view it, which also may be different than how administration views the regulations. And we look to ensure that council's policy is being enacted, and if we need to change other things in order to meet that, and so that SDUB has clear direction, we would do that as well.
Yeah, so I'm bringing this up as just maybe knowledge for my colleagues, and anyways, I appreciate that. Thank you. I feel like we do run into situations like this quite frequently, and I think a policy consideration would be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking to the board, I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. And so now we would have an opportunity, if there are questions related to new information that arose during this public hearing of either our administration or our speakers in favor or potentially in opposition. And I'll do one final check to see if Mr. Newell. No. Oh. Wayne, that's you, right? Oh, goodness. Okay, thank goodness. We are, we were cutting close, and we were hoping you were going to make it back. It is within my ability as chair to allow that speaker to have their say, even though so, yeah, Wayne, please come down to microphone number 1. We've gone through questions of our administration, so I know you didn't get a chance to hear that, but we'd still like to hear your presentation. You'll have up to 5 minutes to present, and the floor is yours for 5 minutes. Oh, we'll get your, hang on just 1 second. We're going to get your microphone turned on, and then we will start your 5 minutes. Once we've done that, should be good to go now. Please go ahead.
My biggest concern is it's a low traffic area, and the place that this building is designed to go is on a corner of a high traffic area in a low traffic neighborhood. There's a bus stop parked in front, and I do not believe that there's very much on-site parking for the number of units that are proposed to be built. It is a choke point in the neighborhood because there's an exit going out, and they've already got speed bumps and lane narrowers, curbs or whatever to narrow the lanes and slow traffic down. And I don't think a multi-family complex is right for that spot. And that's about what all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm going to see if my colleagues have questions for you first before you step away. I'll just first check if the ward councillor has any questions, Mr. Clark, or Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I got a couple. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Really, really value your feedback on this. I've been around there. I've door knocked there. I've seen the area well. Where are the speed bumps, if you can correct me on that? And when were they, do you remember when they were actually input?
They were there for a while, maybe a year or so or more. They're on 109th Ave, heading towards the exit that goes onto Mayfield Road. It's a one-way exit, not an entrance.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there's quite a bit of traffic there.
And just kind of on your day-to-day, what do you see from traffic right around this site? Like what's?
It is on the Edmonton transit system. There's a bus stop right in front of the house that's designed to be torn down. Like I said, it's on a corner of already high traffic area. It's kind of like a pinch point, and yeah.
And just your kind of general feedback with your neighbors in the community about this proposed rezoning. Do you have any, like, when you're talking to your neighbors and this comes up, is anybody
They're not happy about it either. I'm surprised they didn't show up today.
Well, I appreciate you being here. Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so yeah, please go ahead and grab your seats. And before I go to call for new information, I'm just going to take a moment and welcome. We have another grade 6 class from St. Teresa of Calcutta in Ward O'Damon. Your counselor is Counselor Ann Stevenson right there. She's waving to you there. Our teacher, who is our teacher? Rosie. Miss Rosie, thank you very much for being here. I understand they are doing a mock council meeting about bikes on sidewalks. Have you already finished the mock public hearing? You have. Where is the mayor from your mock council? Mayor, do you want to come down to the microphone and tell us what you decided? Are you willing to do that? We'd love to have you. What's your name, first of all?
My name is Ruby.
Ruby? Perfect. And you can put that mic a little closer to you as well. And what did you decide today in your mock city council meeting?
I forgot.
So what did you talk about for the bikes and sidewalk? So what did you decide? Did you go for bikes on the sidewalk or not on the sidewalk?
We're deciding whether they were allowed or not. We're reviewing the vote totals to recount. Not on purpose did I make that.
We decided that all ages should be able. We decided that all ages should be able to ride on the sidewalk.
We decided that all ages should be able to ride on the sidewalk. Ah, very good. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you for being here with us today, the entire class. Appreciate that. Excellent. Well, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, I want to double check. Do you have questions of our speaker? You're on the board? Or you have questions for new information? Okay, so yes, where we're at now is I'll be asking if there's any questions of new information related to our speakers or to our administration. I'll first just double check. Councillor Clark, is your name up there from before? Do you have questions on new information? Legacy one? Perfect. So Councillor Stevenson, go ahead for new information.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just reflecting a bit further on the discussion. So again, this nuance between supports versus considers. So I know administration, we have an outstanding motion for administration to provide a report on potential amendments to the zoning bylaw or district plans for consideration to limit mid-blocks redevelopment, larger than small scale outside of nodes and corridors. As part of that work, would you be able to also consider corner sites?
Yeah, we're looking at all of the policy holistically.
Okay.
So definitely we would be including mid-block and corners. Any kind of greater than small scale outside of nodes and corridors is what we're honing in on.
Great.
And as Travis mentioned, we're looking to bring that back in first quarter of 2026.
Great. So you don't need any further direction or subsequent motion to?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, that's great, because I think sort of to the point that one of my colleagues made, with the current language that's there, that again, we approved, it's on us, but it says, support, because you could end up with a corner site on a collector, let's say doesn't have transit service or doesn't have particularly frequent transit service. Is that an implication of the current policy?
Yeah, collectors, there's a wide variety of the types of collectors, how they function, what services they provide. But overall, any kind of intensity, we want to look for that access to transit and those alternative modes of transportation.
Absolutely, but right now the policy sort of limits you in that it could be a corner lot on a collector, but if it doesn't have that other transit connection, then you're sort of bound by the policy to support it.
Yes, in terms of the words of the policy, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, well, great. Thanks for that work that's ongoing, and look forward to that coming back in the new year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, did your name show back up again?
Yeah, it's not.
It just keeps showing up. It just multiplies. Yeah, no, I saw it. I just wanted to make sure I checked with Councillor Clark. So, Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, to administration, I can't find it. How big is this lot?
Councillor, it's about 750 square meters.
750?
Yes.
So, remind me, it's magic 600. If you hit 600, you can do 8, but because it's a corner, you could do 8 to 10 under the RS zone, correct?
Yeah, so under the RS zone, you need, the calculation is the site area divided by 75 square meters per unit. So this one's just over 750, then that's where we get the 10 from.
But even if it was 600 on a corner, you could still do 10?
No, because you still would have to do that calculation of 75 square meters per unit.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
So because it's 750, that's why they could do 10 under RS as is, right now?
It's more that it's a corner site, so.
Corner plus size is they could do 10. Okay, so even if we vote no to this recommendation right now, they're still eligible for 10 units?
Correct.
Okay, so help me understand then, the up zone they're asking for is purely so they can go from 10.5 meters height to 12 meters height and potentially do a different unit configuration. Is there something else I'm missing? Do we have a threshold on you can't do 5 garages or something? I'm not aware of that.
So usually with this kind of rezoning, it's to allow a larger building, which could allow either more units of a variety of size, as Councillor Rutherford was alluding to. You could have smaller units and many of them, or you could have larger units because of the increased site coverage, even though the unit count's staying the same. And it could also lead to, and we've seen this in other locations, the ability to put a garage in addition to the site, the maxing out the site coverage in the RS zone, and that additional site coverage being used for garage there's some of the reasons that we would see this kind of rezoning.
So in addition to the height, just to be super clear, in addition to the height, the site coverage is what you're also getting from moving from the RS to the RSM.
The smaller setback, so they could go 3 meters to the to the line, not?
The percentage of the site coverage.
Okay, so just a larger form. Is there some other impediment on this site that I may be unable to see here from the presentation, or something else that may be impeding the development? Are we?
There's nothing specific that would impede it to be developing under the RS zone. Utilities, access through the alley, all those things could be done through the RS zone. When we receive these applications, we're reviewing what's proposed, right? And so in this case, it meets policy to have an increase in the intensity, and that increase could come in, like I already outlined, a variety of different ways. And that would be up to the applicant to decide what they want to do if the rezoning is approved.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions on the board for new information. So at this point, we can take a motion to close the public hearing. I can go to the ward councillor at least for that. If you're Councillor Clark?
Yep.
Move the closure of public hearing?
So moved, yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Do I have anyone looking to move first reading? Councillor Jans?
Move it.
You'll move first?
Could I get a clarity, though, since it's our first meeting?
Yes, of course.
There is this urban legend that if you move something, you have to vote for it. I don't believe that is Robert's rules. You can move something, and because your mind is still legally open, you can be swayed by everyone speaking, and then you can vote against, you can end up voting against something.
Yeah, so yeah, and I'll double check if there's a legal piece, but my understanding is that you are technically allowed to move if you are, even if you are planning on voting in opposition. The issue is that if you are then to speak opposite, so if you move in favor and then you wanted to speak in opposition, that's where a bit of the confusion comes in. But I don't know if that's, I think that's more of a, it's complicated, but it's not a legal
It'd be nice
piece.
if we could,
Let's go to Ms. Inkpin. Just go.
Yeah, so I would just say from the legal perspective, there's no legal issue with moving it and then voting against it. There's no legal prohibition. And I would look to the clerks just from the procedural Roberts Rules side of things, just if there was any Roberts Rules infringements.
Yeah, I don't think it's ideal in Robert's rules, if I remember correctly, but go ahead.
Well, and it isn't, anyone can move a motion and be swayed to vote for or in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rule.
because something could fail unanimously, if, and then no one would move it if
That's
nobody
right.
wanted to. So I'll move it.
Yep.
And I'm glad we got that clarity.
Thank you for asking for that clarity. So it has been moved to first reading. Do I have a seconder?
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. And this would be an appropriate time for members of council if you would like to speak to whether you would be supporting this or in opposition. Councillor Jan, since you're the end, you have to close. So I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson first on the board.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for this conversation. I came into this discussion leaning in non-support. Again, just feeling that this isn't a strategic area, and also a bit of a sense of frustration in terms of the allowances we've provided under the RS zone, and then sort of seeing a push. One of my hopes with the new zoning bylaw was that we would avoid seeing these very frequent corner lot rezonings that we saw a lot of before the bylaw was changed. I will say through the conversation, I do appreciate administration's analysis. I think the frequency of the bus service nearby does give me pause. That is good access, but also appreciate some of those other contextual factors that make me inclined to support more intensity aren't necessarily there. Again, I don't fault administration for that. I think there is a bit of a gap in our policy right now that doesn't allow for that more holistic reflection on specific sites. And so at this point, still a bit torn, but certainly see some challenges in what's been proposed, and look forward to hearing from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I would say I came in leaning towards non-support for this as well. I completely understand how we got here. I completely understand administration's analysis. But I think where I always come to this table is we're ultimately the ones that look at any context or any unique factors that we should be considering. And we are considering based on all of the recommendations. We can still support it. I do not think that all collector roads are created equal. This is smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood. The road dead ends. It's smaller than other collector roads. I just think it would be really a different context to other collector roads, and there will be others in this exact meeting that I will be looking at the context of those collector roads as well. I also agree with Councillor Stevenson. I think that the RS zone affords enough already in terms of height, in terms of the unit count and all of those things, that I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of removing a unit count on this parcel. So that's another reason. You always have to think about the highest and best use regardless of the applicant's intent. And so that is a deal breaker for me on this one, is that unlimited unit count in the zone. Happy to have further conversations, and I know we are going to, about how we refine the district policy. I don't mind them coming forward, so we can look at them in the context as one-offs and have a few of those, when overall most of them would probably fit along a normal collector road. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this rezoning, and would encourage my council colleagues to think about the specific context in this one that makes that collector road a little bit different than in another area.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Coming into this, just transparency, I had some issues with this rezoning, knowing this neighborhood really well. Door knocked here recently and heard a lot of feedback that's really similar to the concerns that we actually got from the mailer that went out. And also a little more context on Mayfield here. And one of the first, the one rezoning that did come up earlier, which I don't really have much of an issue with, that's on 156th Street, and it's a totally different kind of situation than where this one's situated, in my opinion. So that one was okay. This one I have a little bit more concerns with it. Also, this neighborhood hasn't really experienced, as Edmund pointed out, hasn't experienced a lot of infill, even at the RS zone at all. So going to this new zone is going to be a big change, where we're looking at something that could be almost 4 stories high. The collector roads I have issues with. I've always had, maybe some lack of clarity on those definitions, and I get admin's response on that, but I think there needs to be some refinement on that, because they're not all created equal, in my opinion as well. But I think, what's leading me to not support this is really that in the zoning right now, and as the developer indicated, that they're looking to already do something that fits within that, but we want to now rezone this to a design or a complex that we're really unsure what that's going to be. That gives me some hesitation. I know it's not on them to exactly provide that design standard now, but why are we going to that if we can already build this? It could be large units, it could be garage suites, or it could be something far larger than that. And as we want to do gentle density in all these mature neighborhoods, as we're clear in our kind of outline from the city, approving this and going to that, who knows what it could be, is a big step for this neighborhood, and probably something I'm not very comfortable with, to be honest with you on that. So that's my take on right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I echo my colleagues with Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Clark. I do appreciate administration for what you put together. I know it's your job and you have to do a thorough review of it, and it does meet the criteria as laid out. But I do have concerns over the collector roads. The size of the unit specifically, it is, from my perspective, quite large compared to what other units I've seen being built. And if it were smaller, I would probably have a different discussion here today. And there's other concerns that have been brought up. So at this juncture, I cannot support it as it's laid out, and I support my colleagues on this.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to thank administration. And I think that this policy is working as it should. And so that's why they've come forward to it. I don't think we need to change anything about the policy, really, because these unique situations are unlikely to be accounted for by any bylaw, because that's why we have public hearing. So of course, there's always room for improvement in saying that, but yeah, I agree. This area has a very unique collector road, which I'm not sure how we would actually accurately define that in any bylaw policy, because it is very much its own thing. So that said, I have no concerns about the size or the massing of this application, because it absolutely fits with our needs as a city. However, I will not be voting for this simply because I think that the current zoning is going to work well anyway. I understand the desire for more opportunity for the developer to invest in the community, and I actually applaud that, and we would love to encourage those things. But in this case, that it's just too fine a line between what we call a collector road and how I know that this road actually functions. Hopefully the proponent still builds under the current zoning if this were to fail. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. I think very similar to what I've heard from our other councillors, I would agree with. One of the other things is taking into consideration is that in the public feedback was 30 opposed, and nobody had supported it as well. I think we heard from the developer, where stating that they wanted to do 10 units, and that would still fit into the existing zoning. So for that reason, I will also be voting not in favor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. A few thoughts. So I will vote the same way as I've heard the rest of my colleagues. I'll just say I started a little differently in that I actually started leaning to support this. And the reason why is that while that additional height is additional height, it was on the north edge of the property. I think that's a great place where if you're going to put additional height, if you're boundary up against a local road, that gives you the opportunity to help address things like sun shadow. I think because of the connectivity to the transit center, that's again, or the transit stop, that's also a reason that I was leaning towards supporting it. But I take the points really well about the type of collector road. Not all, technically don't have a definition for a local collector and like a major collector, but we've sort of talked about them over the years in that way. And this is very much a local collector, whereas I would even probably argue if we were on the other side of 107th Avenue, I would treat that part of 163rd Street, although it's technically defined as an arterial. Let's not talk about why. But it operates more like a major collector. And so I hear that point, and I'm taking it very well. And even if I look at the rest of Mayfield, I mean, this is actually one of the communities in the West End that they actually have a lot of density in the middle of the community. So by the schools, there's actually apartment buildings, there's row housing developments. And so if this had been an application along that park area, I think I would have supported this as well. But I'm hearing the the thoughtful feedback from all of my colleagues, in particular from the ward councillor, who has given this a lot of thoughtful consideration. I get why administration's recommended it. I've heard from the questions that we will have a bit of a conversation. I think even being able to use the word consider and giving them some flexibility to look at that differently might be valuable in the future. And so, no, I think I will vote in opposition to this, noting that the applicant can still build 10 units, so that's not going to change whether we said yes or no to this, and it maybe factors in some of the local context a little bit more thoughtfully. So thank you very much. I'll take back the chair.
Returned.
Councillor Jantz, any closing comments?
Yeah, and I don't want to start a culture where we all have to speak to every item all the time.
It's
but
our
if I
first
may-
public hearing. Let's.
If I may, still, usually I'd say nothing further and just call the vote, but if I may.
Go ahead.
Couple things. So first of all, we created the RS zone. That's up to 8 units per lot, 10 on the corners. And we recently, what I'm calling RS version 2.0, like we went from the iPod with the wheel to now the iPod, you know, with the touch screen, etc. Like it's evolving and the design is getting better and stuff are getting better. So under the new RS changes since July, we're seeing better product coming under the RS zone. We're seeing a nicer, more, I think it fits the context more, and I'm seeing some examples of that. So I think the burden of proof now is going to be, I feel, as speaking as one counselor, much, much higher for applicants, that if this is not working for you, you need to really, applicants who come to public hearing, I would really like to hear why. And I need a lot more than just a little bit. I don't want to have to do your work for you. I don't want to have to say, well, here's the reasons why I think your project is good. I want to hear a lot more. I want to hear a much stronger case why an exception should be granted, because I like the RS zone. So I just want to make that very clear at the outset here. How is it going to work with the community? Where are you close to transit? There was no mention of the 107 Ave bike lane. There was no mention of a high-frequency transit or changes. There was no mention of the transit on 111 connecting to TELUS World of Science. There was no mention of so many other considerations about employment nodes in the industrial area, everything else, why a heightened, bigger, larger development might be considered in this area. Because I think that's an important discussion to have. But I'm left here saying these things and thinking these things and wondering these things. And that's, I just want to, for those listening or future applicants or anybody else, like, if you want to go higher than the RS zone, especially in this RSM, I really want to hear a really, really, really strong case. So that's one thing. The second thing, I think that I came in leaning, a bit concerned, because it does seem a bit out of place there, and I think that's where I will land. I had one other point. I don't want to dissuade these applications. Like, I think it's important that we, especially in the nodes and corridors, but like, we got to have more than that, and there's got to be a really strong case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a no.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that has been defeated. So we don't need to do any other readings because first reading was defeated, so we move on to our next item, which in this case is item 3.17 to allow for a neighborhood scale mixed-use development in Calder. And that's 3.17. We don't have any speakers in opposition, and the speaker in favor is questions only. Does the ward councillor need a presentation? Yes, fantastic. Let's do it.
Just 1 second, if you will, please.
Take your time, no problem.
Thank you, and good morning. My name's Anne Huizenga. I'm the Senior Planner for the North Area of Planning Coordination. Nice to meet you, and congratulations. This application proposes to rezone 0.1 hectares of land in the Calder neighborhood. The site is currently small-scale residential, or RS zone, and the proposed zone is the Neighborhood Mixed Use, or the MUN zone, which would allow for neighborhood-scale, pedestrian-oriented, mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The site is located in a local node in Calder, surrounded by a number of key amenities. It is a short walk from the Calder Community League, the Northwest Edmonton Seniors Society, 2 schools, 2 parks, and a commercial strip with some buildings on the city's heritage inventory resources along the 129th Avenue, which is shown in yellow. A shared use path was constructed along 129th Avenue with neighborhood renewal. Bus service is also available along the road with a bus stop located directly in front of the site. The surrounding land use features a mix of 1- and 2-story commercial buildings, small-scale apartments, and a range of smaller housing forms. Next slide, please. The site itself was formerly home to the Lodge 11 for the Elks of Canada fraternity, who met at the hall until 2024. The site was purchased by the applicant shortly thereafter, and the image on the screen shows the site on the left, looking west towards the Commercial Avenue Main Street. Next slide, please. Administration used a basic engagement approach, which included a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's webpage. 2 responses were received with concerns about the proposals. Those concerns included challenges with childcare operating in the existing building, a lack of parking and traffic congestion, neighborhood safety, and impacts to the community character and historic feel of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Some of the key differences between the existing RS zone and the proposed MUN zone include a shift from residential use to a mix of uses, including commercial, community, and residential uses. It's an increase in the maximum height from 10.5 meters to 16 meters, and the removal of a 45% maximum site coverage. It will also allow for a larger maximum building floor plate with reduced setbacks to the north, west, and south. At this location, the MUN zone would allow residential uses along the ground floor facing 119th Street to the west, but not along the ground floor facing 129th Avenue north. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning supports the city plan by introducing new opportunities for residential, commercial, and community mixed uses in an established neighborhood. These new uses will bolster an area where residents can already walk, bike, drive, or take transit a short distance to meet many of their daily needs. The neighborhood falls within the Northwest District Plan where it's identified within an urban mixed area. This location can be characterized as an established local node, centered on 129th Avenue at the confluence of a commercial Main Street, 2 parks, 2 schools, the Calder Community League, and a mix of transportation modes connecting the area. Introducing the opportunity for additional residential, commercial, and community uses at this site will further support the local node at the heart of the Calder neighborhood. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting this application because it aligns with the Northwest District Plan, the City Plan, contributes to an established local node, and allows for a wider variety of uses in the heart of the Calder neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, we will see Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions of our speaker in favor? Yes, so our speaker in favor, you are here. Yes, come on down. We're going to bring you down to likely microphone 1 at the seat there, but our clerks will direct you. And now that you're settled in, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yes, nice to see you in person. I know in years past, not recently, we've had conversations on the phone, so it's nice to meet you in person. What is your intent with this site and why the rezoning? Sort of to Councillor Jans's point in the last item, what are some of the reasons that are pushing this rezoning?
Because I tried to put a daycare, can you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. Because I tried to put a daycare there and it wasn't approved during the development permit or the appeal board. And I understand because I tried to get a daycare with no parking almost. And now that I have the option to redevelop the site, I will try to see with my engineers whether it's better to just redevelop the site into a daycare with parking, or 2 floors of commercial, or 1 floor of commercial and maybe 3 floors of residential. It's going to depend on the cost of construction and financing, because we might go through the CMHC for financing as well if we are approved. So there is a lot of factors that are going to decide what type of building that I'm going to have in the future. But the main reason for rezoning it was because I couldn't put a daycare in the building as is right now.
Yeah, and so I guess so what I'm understanding though is because you have to go through a rezoning process, that it has opened your mind to potentially redevelopment of the site, not just reuse, adaptive reuse of the site.
Right.
Okay. And one of the things that I'm hearing about from residents is the concern over the height.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
So a lot of residents in this neighborhood are concerned about the 4-story height at this location. Have you heard any feedback from residents with those concerns?
About the height, like going 16 meter, you mean?
Yes.
Personally, I haven't heard from residents. There is only 2, the mail was sent to 203 people in that area, and only 2 came with opposing, it's called.
Yes,
opposing. Yeah. So this is 1% of all the people that were sent to. And if it's about the height, I understand, but the entire commercial side across the street from my lot are all already MUN for 16-meter high. And there will be, of course, during the development permit, if this is going to have any effects of shadows or glazing or things like that, that will be something that will take care of during the development permit.
Okay. Well, I think by the time of the report, there was only those received. I see in council correspondence as of this morning, there was a petition from residents in Calder. And so I guess to legal, how are we supposed to can I consider that? I mean, it's council correspondence.
It's council correspondence, Councillor. So there's no formal petition.
It's not a formal petition.
Yeah.
It doesn't meet the threshold for petition, but.
Well, we don't have petitions under Part 17.
But we could consider it as there's more than 1% of the.
It's engagement, it's feedback. This is a public hearing, and that's public feedback, and absolutely on the table for your consideration.
Okay. I think I'll leave it there for the applicant and have some questions for them.
Certainly, thank you. I don't see any other questions for our applicant, so thank you very much. You can grab your seat again, or actually you can wait there if you want, because we might have questions for you at new information and there's no one else registered to speak. So we will go to questions of administration, and again, I'll start with Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, can you confirm that the other area, sort of kitty corner to this, is MU16?
Sorry, it's
zoned?
MUN.
MUN, sorry, the
Yes,
same,
yeah,
but
same.
same, but it goes
Correct.
up to 16.
That's correct, Councillor.
Sorry. And when I look at the district policy, there's 2 things, I know we don't have necessarily local nodes at the city plan level, but why don't we have local nodes? Because it isn't actually identified as a local node in the district map, context maps.
That's correct. We don't identify local nodes in district plan maps. We identify them by their features. And again, it's to allow part of that nurturing of the existing communities to evolve and emerge. So for existence, the Ritchie Market area is one that's very commonly understood as a local node. It has to have those components to that, and this area also has those components.
What about when, I get we want maybe more local nodes will emerge with the flexibility and the conditions we've created through zoning and district planning. But what about already, when we talk about, because you kind of mentioned established local node, why are we not identifying established local nodes?
That was a decision of council through the district planning process when they were brought forward to council. We did have them mapped at one point, and the direction would.
Was this with the fuzzy line, the not fuzzy line?
No,
conversation?
they were identified in the developing area using stat plans that are in place, and then in the redeveloping area, we looked at characteristics such as those that are now written out in words, and we looked at those characteristics and tried to map them out.
Okay. And the other thing, and I know it's been missing for a while, but it's come up as a concern in a few of the feedback and in some of the submissions, is around the historical area. And this street, 129th Avenue, for context for my council, Calder used to be its own town, and this used to be the main road, Lincoln Ave, of that town before it was amalgamated as part of the Edmonton, and there are a lot of historical assets along this road. And so I'm asking more for a subsequent potential on this one, but is there any work that's going to happen because what I worry about is if we're developing, we have these MUNs already existing and contemplating today, and there's no historical context overlaid in the district plans, what do we potentially lose in that development?
I would just say, in terms of this development here, if the clerks could pull up slide 2, that does have the properties that are on the inventory currently identified. But I would say that in the context of this, the neighborhood renewal has come through. They have established kind of that pedestrian area, and we have seen some improvement significantly along that area. There is also an existing building that's already got a development permit to, again, do a mixed use in the above. And so we do see this mix and this juxtaposition of the heritage buildings, which are, again, on the inventory but not formally protected, as well as some new development happening.
And I think this is where, like, we have the private property, and I don't know the interplay, and I don't know my time right now, but I'm talking more about the street front and the interplay, like you said, of any kind of design considerations for street fronting to 129th Avenue.
Councillor, maybe not specific to those that are fronting, like a commercial area, but fronting, but there are heritage policies in the district policy 232 that direct some more strategic work, but also require administration to consider those elements, which have been done in this case.
So even though, because we're just learning district planning, so even though this area hasn't been identified as a historically significant area the way that like Westmount has or other, we're still considering those things? Or how do I make sure that that historical area is, like, how do we get it to be also protected in the same way as other areas of the city?
Yeah, so Westmount is protected through a DC, through regulation of land. And then when private property or individual parcels are identified, like moved from the inventory, the 3 that are here that are on the inventory, when they are moved to the list of designated areas, a caveat is put on that title to protect that that feature, that resource. In terms of areas themselves, that's usually done at a policy, or at a time and regulatory context.
I'm going to come back for another round.
Yeah, and we'll do that, but we will do that after our break because we are at 11:58, and so another round would take us past 12. So, oh yes. Yeah, in terms of, so we'll give you a quick process update. So what will happen now is that we have to take our recess until 1:30. So if you're able to join us in person, great. If you can't join us in person, you're welcome to join us virtually or by phone because there might be questions for you once Councillor Rutherford has gone through all of her questions of administration and if other councillors have questions. So there is a chance you might have questions asked of you. So if you're either able to join us in person or come back afterwards.
I just wanted to speak to the historical part,
Perfect.
maybe
So
after. Yeah.
that could be a question potentially afterwards under new information.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. So we are on recess until 1:30. We will finish up with this item. We still have 319, 320, 323, and 325 left on the books. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Jans. Hello, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Palmer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Elliott. Soon. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Fantastic, thank you. That is enough people to continue on with our meeting. I believe we were looking for a second round of questions for Councillor Rutherford. Would any of my colleagues be willing to move that?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on a second round of questions.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes, for me as well.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
I'm also yes.
And I'm a yes as well. It's not coming up.
Councillor Salvers, yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I was trying to wait it out before I said anything to see if e-scribe's coming.
We're loading the vote.
Okay, we're still loading, so hang tight. There it is.
There you go.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, and please display the vote. That's great, that's carried. We got a little backup audio here too, fantastic. Before we go into questions though, we have guests here who are up high. Hello everyone. And very fitting that they are from Ward Métis because we just acknowledged Métis Week here in Edmonton. So November 15th through 22nd is Métis Week. Ward Métis is represented by Councillor Salvador, who you will see or hear again. You heard her already. So we have, and by the way, the school is Suzuki Charter School, grade 6 class. Their teacher, M. Tomlinson. Where's our, oh, there we are. All we see is a dark shadow because of the way the lighting works, so I don't actually know what anyone, hello everyone, it's great to see you all. Are you doing a tour right now? Yes? Will you be, have you done a mock council or you're going to be doing one? No mock council, so you're just here to check it out, check out City Hall. I'm very excited. What's your favorite thing you've seen so far? You can just yell it out. Yeah, well, that's a good answer. Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, we appreciate you all being here today. Thank you so much. We will welcome you here, everyone. Thank you. We are in the middle of a public hearing about land use and where we should allow different types of development to occur. And you now get to hear from the one and only Councillor Erin Rutherford as she asks questions of our administration. This is your lucky day. One of the best questioners I've ever heard.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know how to start now. So my line of questioning, I feel like with a few of the areas in the ward I represent, it was like, we have to wait for the district plans. And once we have the district plans, we can do more historical, we can overlay more historical context. And that doesn't seem to be coming. So what do we need to do? Like, irregardless of this, I'm thinking about for a subsequent, what direction needs to be given to make sure that these areas, like the one specific, in this case, Lincoln Avenue in Calder, is considered in the district plans as from this historical context piece?
Right, so we would be looking for direction from council to do that, if that is the will of council. But just for your information, the Heritage Places strategy is underway right now and is expected, if I remember correctly, to be brought to you in Q2 or Q3 of next year. And the Heritage Places strategy is looking at more than just our built heritage, cultural, natural areas of heritage. And yeah, so just for,
But
for your information.
So that strategy comes forward, but it's not, it's a strategy, it's not a statutory plan.
That's correct. It's a strategy to guide administration and council in their decision-making with respect to heritage.
So in the meantime, I get that the heritage strategy, and I'm supportive of the heritage strategy being more comprehensive. But in the meantime, what are we losing in built form from a historical perspective?
Yeah, and we're constantly reviewing applications. Council gets memos when buildings that are on the inventory have had an application for demolition. So that information is transparent, but this building itself is not on the inventory.
I'm not talking about, but I think that the built character, and like I said, I see an imminent, the reason I'm bringing this up and why I think it's relevant to public hearing and this decision today is because when we look at the potential development of this area in a very short time frame, when we know there is a historically significant corridor, not just parcel, that we are not having any district planning level consideration for, is what I'm concerned about. So if I approve this rezoning today, as the other one that you said, the other development permit that's already in place, it slowly chips away at what would be the potential for any sort of saving of the heritage identity of this street. That's what I'm overall, and so maybe provide me comfort, maybe provide me context, I don't know, but that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Councillor. I think there's a couple things to just consider in terms of this application and how other applications coming forward are. Well, this application, I don't think has a particular relationship to the Main Street character of the street, a kitty corner to it in terms of having direct impact on that. I think that when we do bring forward these rezonings, we do take into account the heritage value, whether things have been identified, regardless of whether they're in the district plan or not. So we do circulate to heritage on our applications. We get that feedback. We take that into account, and we usually bring that forward if there is a consideration to be had in our council reports for those particular properties.
So this is what I'm worried about, though. Like, I think we're going in circles because when it's being flagged that there is no historical consideration, and I'm saying that to the residents I represent, there is. So this is the gap.
Sorry, on the site specifically that we're rezoning, or are you talking about the street?
The street.
Face? Yeah, okay.
The street face, and I would respectfully say that both sides of the street, kitty corner, it goes farther down than just that one block where there is some mixed use.
Understood.
So, Councillor, just in terms of the overall evolution of policy context and the inclusion of heritage into these various different frameworks in terms of where it lands in that policy context, what I'll say is that both policy and the city are ever evolving. They're never going to be complete. District plans isn't going to go and identify every single piece of heritage in the city, as heritage will come online when either things get old or things of value get identified. So if council sees a need to protect a certain piece, the appropriate action would be to give a motion to explore it. What we're saying now is that we have the heritage strategies work that is coming forward, which will help guide the thinking around what is heritage, how do we want to protect it, etc. That doesn't mean you can't make a motion before that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before we do anything further, we have more guests right now. Grade 6 class from Suzuki Charter School. Hello, everyone. And I was saying, very fitting, because that is in Ward Métis, represented by Councillor Ashley Salvador. That is your councillor. Ward Métis, why I say it's fitting is that just at the lunch break, we had the Métis Week proclamation here in the city of Edmonton, and it was a really great time. And I hear you're just doing a tour today, right? There's no, yeah. So far, somebody gets to tell me what's your favorite thing you've seen in City Hall so far that you've. Yeah, tell me what do you got? Yell it out for us. Right now, watching us ask questions is the best thing. Wow. That's a low bar for excitement, but I'm glad you have that. So, no, thank you. We really appreciate you being here today. Thank you, everyone, for, oh, I'm going to get one more hand. Yeah, you tell me what your exciting thing is, because I saw your hand. Yeah, no, you were there. You were ready. Somebody's going to have to repeat that, because all the sound hits that glass, and I can't tell you, I can't say. Oh, okay, very good, very good. Well, thank you all very much for joining us today. You are watching a land use public hearing where we are deciding what type of buildings can exist in certain areas, and it's actually a pretty important part of what we do all the time. And we've just wrapped up. You got to hear a fantastic set of questions by Councillor Aaron Rutherford. One of the best questioners, they might say. We're just having fun now.
I don't know if admin would agree with you.
Well, you never know. Let's keep going. We are going to take a moment and see if there is any new information arising from the public hearing. Yes, Councillor Rutherford. And so you won't be able to speak, but I think you're going to get a question that will allow you a chance to answer. So, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, so just to the applicant, I think you had indicated before lunch that you might have some thoughts or things that you wanted to share about the historical aspect.
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
My building is built 1959. The building next to me to the east is 1950. And the building across the street to the west is 1912. The one that is 1912 has already been designated as historical building. My building is 1959. There are like maybe 20% of the houses in Calder are older than my building. The people of the community are attached to my building not because of the historical value, but because there was a non-for-profit organization, the Elks Lodge, inside there that was giving like help for special need kids and so many of the like families in need. So it's more of an emotional attachment than historical attachment to the building. And if I keep the building right now, just to keep the emotional attachment to the building is, the current use of the building is private club and community hall, which is a use that doesn't have any parking requirement and would allow me to have like maybe a private kids club for like 100 kids without any need for parking. There is no parking requirements for private clubs or community halls, as for this building right now. So this is one of the other things that, like, I don't think that current use of the building is something that the community will support if I use it for the purpose it is used for.
Yeah, can you clarify, because and I actually thought this was odd, but there's always historical lags. It says that it's zoned residential right now.
Yes, but the current use, so when Elks Lodge used the building.
It's a community service use under the residential.
Yes, I have, because I searched the records for the building before I even own it, because I love the building, honestly, myself. So I searched the records for the building, and they have changed the use of the building from residential to private club and community hall. And this is a use that doesn't require parking requirements. So if and the Elks Lodge themselves, at some point, the members of the Elks Lodge, I think maybe in the 80s or something, they were like 164 according to them when, when I had discussions with them. So they were using the building for 164 members. They were like meeting every, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that, the 164 of them. And before even the building has been used for the Elks Lodge, it was a church that was serving even 300 something before they even expand over 300 and had to move to somewhere else. So the current use of the building, if I keep it, is going to create more problems to the community that I don't think that the emotional attachment that is existing right now is going to continue. The building has been vacant because the Elk Lodge members, they all retired right now from their position in the Elk Lodge, being 70 and 80, and some of them are actually 90 years old. The building has been vacant since 2020 and boarded There is no windows in the building because there was a couple of break-ins and vandalism to the building. So right now, it's an eyesore building that is used as a private club.
Yeah. So thank you. And just to clarify, because you did bring up the parking, so your intention with the rezoning is to provide on-site parking?
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for new information from members of council, so therefore this would be a great opportunity if you'd like to move closure of the public hearing. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm happy to move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on closure of the public hearing. We'll wait a moment. eScribe is taking its time, so
We're just loading the vote.
that's right. So don't rush to grab your mic, is what I'm saying. There we go. I see eyes in the direction over.
We have all the
Oh, there we
votes.
go. Fantastic. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll move first reading on item 3.17.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Tang. Anyone wishing to speak to first reading of this particular bylaw? I see no one else other than Councillor Rutherford to close, please.
That was so residual, but I will still just take a few minutes. I know that a couple concerns that I heard through the council correspondence and the report to this public hearing were around the height of this. The reason I'll be supporting this today is because it is a road that to me does make sense to have this height, and we already have rezoning, we already have zoning directly kitty corner to this that is already at that development, right? That is having an active development permit. So I don't want to hold up another one when they're already going to see that built form regardless of the decision today. And then this would actually create a little bit more continuity on that street. So from a height perspective, I'm okay with this. I'm also very heartened to hear, I know one of the things I heard a lot of concerns about was parking, and I would agree with the applicant that as it stands right now, that doesn't function, and this rezoning actually allows for better functionality and also more vibrancy, allowing more people to live there, to have more business, and then also have parking accommodations. So I actually think that's a win-win for the community as well. The one thing that I do feel like I want to do, and I've requested administration to help me with a subsequent on, so I don't know if I'd have it ready right immediately after these decisions, but before the end of the public hearing, is around some considerations on design factors for acknowledgement of the historical significance of 129th Avenue or formerly Lincoln Ave. So this would be the intention of my subsequent is, and I'm saying this so that admin can capture this, is really about, we don't want to stop development, we don't want to do that, but how do we make sure that there is a character of this street that acknowledges and nods to that history, the same way we have with Bonnie Doon, the same way we have with Westmount, and other areas that have developed but have kept those historical nods. So I'd like to consider that before the end of the meeting. But otherwise, I think we need more daycares, we need more businesses. This is a great local node that I'd like to see thrive even further. So I encourage my colleagues to support this today.
Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move second reading.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Tang? Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Oh,
We have all the votes.
please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21334.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. As we always remember the seconders. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. So that takes care of that item. We have 4 items remaining on the agenda. The next one is item 3.19 to allow a range of small to medium scale housing Westmount. And we have speakers for and in favor and in opposition. We will change out the delegation and then get a presentation. And while that presentation is coming up, I'm going to turn over the floor to Councillor Rutherford, or the chair to Councillor Rutherford for a few moments.
Sure, I have the chair. And please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon. I am Claire St. Aubin, a senior planner for the Central Group in Planning Coordination. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Westmount neighborhood from a direct control zone to the small medium scale transition residential zone with a maximum height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The site is located at the intersection of 127th Street and Stony Plain Road and is within the Stony Plain Road primary corridor as identified in the Central District Plan. There is a protected bike lane along 127th Street, and the future 124th Street Valley Line LRT stop will be approximately 400 meters to the east of the site. Bus routes along 107th Avenue and 124th Street also serve the area. Additionally, the site is within walking distance of commercial amenities, a park, and a private school. Next slide, please. Engagement included mailing notices to residents, site signage, making information available on the city's website, and one-on-one conversations with residents. Common concerns we heard included that the site didn't have the ability to support sufficient on-site parking. There would be an effect of increased density on traffic congestion, that the area is not appropriate for additional density, that the interior setback was reduced, that there would be increased shadowing and reduced privacy to nearby properties as a result of the increased height. Next slide, please. The Central District Plan designates the property as being within the Stony Plain primary corridor, where low and mid-rise buildings ranging from 4 to 8 stories are expected. With a height of 12 meters, approximately 3.5 stories, the proposed RSM zone gets closer to this expected range while allowing a scale that transitions well to existing small-scale buildings in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. The proposed RSM H12 zone is comparable in scale and impact to the existing direct control zone. The height remains consistent at 12 meters, and changes to the setbacks are balanced with increases to the rear and flanking side, but reductions to the front and interior side. One difference is the current DC requires underground parking, whereas a standard zone would align with open option parking. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It aligns with the big city moves of a rebuildable city and a community of communities, and it enables building forms that are appropriate within a primary corridor while providing a more sensitive transition to existing small-scale buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is just a test of the system, so we do not actually have to leave. I think it's very convenient that Mayor Knack made himself unavailable when he got notice that this would be happening. So I'll give him a hard time about that later. Do we have Stin Franken online for a presentation? In favor? 'Cause it doesn't say to ask questions only.
Yes, I am.
Okay, please go ahead with your 5 minutes to present.
So yeah, my name is Stijn Franken. I'm with Franken Homes, and I'll be like representing, the client, the owner of 504 127th Street. So previously, the property was successfully rezoned from an RS to a DC2, and that's but that happened kind of a few years ago, and where the city actually approved a 4-story building with underground parking, and the actual site coverage on that one was like 65%. And the client wanted to make some changes to the existing DC2, but understood that this wasn't allowed because they had to go back to the hall, go to the city, and make their presentation. And so they decided that making a change from a DC2 to an RSM 12 would be a better fit because any little change that they wanted to make could not fall under that DC2 zoning. So under the existing DC2, so the city already approved basically a 6-plex with underground parking, 4 stories, and I also had even a rooftop patio on top of that. And it was a pretty significant building. And with the underground parking and how big it was, they wanted to kind of downsize the actual building. So they're actually intending to build the same building, but under the RSM 12 zoning, where it's basically been approved and want to have some flexibility with some design adjustments. The city does support this new proposed RSM zoning, so that's a good thing. So when the original DC2 2 was submitted, the RSM 12 didn't exist. So at that point, that was the only choice that they had for the rezoning. And as mentioned, it's we're at 65% site coverage for the existing approved building, and then under the new RSM 12, we will reduce it to 60% or even less. So we hope that this is just kind of like minor administrative changes, and that the city would kind of approve the rezoning to RSM 12. So that's it.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
That's okay.
Thank you. I'll see if there's any questions from any of my colleagues to the proponents in favor. I am not seeing any, so thank you. We might come back to you for new information, so stay on the line there, but I will go to the speakers in opposition. And we have Myron Breeze. Are you online, Myron? Doing a second call for Myron Breeze. Clerks, have you heard from them at all?
No, we have no contact with him at the moment.
Okay. I'll do a third and final call. And again, at the discretion, if they come later, we can, the chair can decide that at that point. So I will, with that, move to questions of administration. And Councillor Stevenson, you selected this, so please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the report provided a lot of clarity. So again, this is very comparable to the zoning that's already in place.
Pardon me, before we move on, sorry, Councillor Stevenson.
Quite all right.
To Councillor Rutherford, we do have Jen Witterveen and Stacy Teddy Cloth as well added to the speakers list.
Sorry, I did not have the digital version of the speakers list.
My apologies.
I apologize. I'm sorry, Councillor Stevenson.
No trouble.
So, okay, so we will go on to the next speaker. Can you say that name again?
Jennifer Witterveen.
And I see Jennifer is online.
Yes, hello.
Hello, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to present.
I would just like to add that this house is 96 years old and I believe it has some historical value. I also don't think that the foot traffic or the vehicle traffic can be sustained in this neighborhood. It's a very quiet, close knit community, and a lot of extra people. I don't think is very good for the neighborhood. But the house is 96 years old, and it's a beautiful house and a beautiful property. I'd hate to see it torn down. That's everything for me.
That's everything. Well, thank you so much for being here and sharing that. I'm going to go to the next speaker, and then there might be questions of you from council members. So please stay
Sure.
on the line and just mute yourself for now.
Thank you.
And we will go to now Stacy Teddy Cloth. Stacy Teddy Cloth. Okay, third and final call for Stacy Teddy Cloth. Okay, with that, I know that you were on the board, so I'm just going to turn to, did you have any questions of speakers opposed? Does anybody else have any questions of speakers opposed? Okay, so we, at this point, so if this is your first public hearing, please stay on. There might be questions after new information, but for right now, councilors do not have any questions for you, so we'll be going to questions of administration. So thank you so much for sharing, and I will go back to Councillor Stevenson now for questions of administration, and sorry about that.
Oh, not at all. Thank you very much. And thank you to our speakers. I'll certainly pass some of those questions on to administration. So again, the built form is very comparable to what's there now in terms of height. The biggest difference to me seemed to be that rear setback. So the current DC sort of allows a building to go nearly to the full back lot line.
Full, yeah, 1.2, as opposed to now the minimum is 5.5. So it increases. Another more substantial change would be to the interior side setback. With the current direct control, a drive aisle is accommodated in that setback to access the underground parking. And now with this proposed zone, it would be 1.2 meters as a minimum, or 1.5 if a multi-unit or row house was facing the interior. So that's another change, all relatively still with the height and the floor area ratio versus now site coverage, largely the same building envelope.
Okay, that's very helpful, and I think you're right. There's that trade-off with a greater rear setback, but then a smaller side setback. You know, can you remind me? I know our speaker sort of flagged, you know, this building in particular. Again, is this currently on the city's inventory?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, and so again, just as a reminder, it would need to sort of be on the inventory to then get designated, but it hasn't even taken that first step.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, I'm also aware of sort of beyond this specific parcel. You know, I think certainly this area south of 107th Ave, there is quite an intact block face in terms of very consistent architectural design, a very similar age of construction. I know we talked about heritage work earlier today, so just wondering, again, as part of that broader historic strategy work, how would this area fit into that?
When we're talking to communities, we're asking them about their priorities. I think the area that you're referring to in and around here, there's also the Westmount Architectural Heritage area, right, that has some direct control zoning that has some architectural controls for heritage type of buildings.
Yeah, well, spoiler alert, I would love to see the WAHA, the Westmount Architectural Heritage Area, sort of extend south of 107th, because I think that's currently the boundary. But again, that doesn't mean that nothing will be redeveloped in the future. It's just maybe some different architectural controls. And I think across the street from this building is another, like, more contemporary building. This isn't one of those intact block faces.
It's not, and Councillor Stevenson, I would also just flag like, where the primary corridor is, say 124th Street, that lines up, runs parallel with the Waha. The line is drawn where it is for a reason, because the direct control is there. This is firmly within the primary corridor of Stony Plain. So heritage, less of a priority in terms of development intensity close to transit.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, certainly a balance there to be struck. Then just for my understanding and awareness, the land that's just south of this parcel, that's currently road right-of-way, correct? That's not actual park space?
Yeah.
And are there any changes to the configuration of that as part of LRT construction? I believe there's an exchange, like a substation that is being installed just a bit further east along 105th Avenue, but we're not aware of any.
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm sure. Kirk, are you aware of anything?
No changes.
No changes? Okay. Great, well, those were all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So more generally, not specific about this file or this situation, but when you look at a property that is so close to a train station and so close to a primary, secondary corridor, do we have consideration sometimes that actually we think that this is underzoned, or it's a change that this is actually too small for what should be considered in a location like that? Is there any sort of criteria or constraint around that?
No criteria or constraints in any formal way. We do flag it. It's mentioned in the report. We've mentioned it in the presentation, just to give some context to what is expected in a primary corridor. So again, firmly within the primary corridor. If it was moving further west and kind of sandwiched between the two stops even, it might feel far away from the LRT, but the primary corridor is a destination in and of itself. And that is support mid-rise, like low and mid-rise, 4 to 8 stories throughout.
Because it's interesting, I think sometimes we hear like, well, why is density here and not there? And then we have a situation which could be prime for significantly higher density, and then it's seeing kind of an equivalent similar zoning, not a significantly changed or increased zoning. So
Right, but I mean, development and corridors are expected to transform over time, right, and organically. And not every site is going to be your biggest, densest site, right? The other thing that we flag here is that this RSM H12, which is seeming a little more modest in a primary corridor, is transitioning well to the existing small-scale development.
okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from members of council, so I will ask if any members of council have any questions related to new information arising during this public hearing. Councillor Clark is clicking on, and this can be questions to either the speakers or administration. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just one question. So from this current zoning, there's parking required with the DC2, and then we're moving to one where it's optional? Just to clarify?
That's correct. Okay. So underground parking was required with this direct control.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions related to new information. So, Councillor Stevenson, I can go to you for closure of the public hearing.
Happy to move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
So yeah, I'm a yes. Just logging back in.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Elliott, shall we just mark?
Councillor Elliott, can you hear us? Look at that. I call to the skies, and Councillor Elliott walks in. Thank you. There he is.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move first reading of item 319.
First reading. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Anyone wishing to speak to this item, please click on the board. Not seeing anyone rush to speak on the board, so Councillor Stevenson, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thank you very much. I, appreciate our speaker coming out today and the proponent as well for sharing some thoughts. This is an interesting one in that it's a bit of a same for same. There's not significant changes to what's already allowed under the zoning. What does appeal to me about this is that that rear setback is increased. I think that's what I hear about most often is just that access to sunlight in rear yards, and I think that this rezoning helps in that regard. As mentioned by administration, it is very clearly aligned with our policies, being in a primary corridor, very close to a future LRT station. I appreciate my colleagues' points about whether this is enough. My read on this is that it is a smaller site. If it was a consolidated lot, I would certainly share those apprehensions. But again, I think this is a small site. It's available for redevelopment, and it can provide an appropriate transition in the area. I do think that there is some work to be done in this very focused area to balance our heritage preservation and higher intensity higher density redevelopment. It is a very special area. It's very much an intact, a number of blocks of homes all built in the same era, very beautifully maintained. So I think there is something quite special there, and so I'll be reflecting on what work we could bring forward, potentially help strike that balance in a bit more nuanced way, given the heritage value of this space. But otherwise, I encourage my colleagues to support this and appreciate administration's work on this file. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move second reading of item 319.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Consideration of third. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. And Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21304.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Thank you. Please vote for third and final reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Excellent. I think I saw the subsequent for the Calder item is ready. Did you want to do that now? We might as well do that now, just while it's relatively fresh in our mind. Councillor Rutherford?
Sure. I would like to move that administration provide a report with options to recognize the existing heritage design characteristics of 129th Avenue, formerly Lincoln Avenue in Calder, between 116 to 120 streets to inform redevelopment. Due date, Urban Planning Committee, Q3 2026.
Great. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Would you like 2 minutes to introduce this, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I think I already did a little bit, so I don't think I need to take too much time. The intent of this is, again, to not stop or prevent things, but also to think about how a local node that we know has historical context can be redeveloped in a way that has a nod to that, like other areas of the city. So this is generating a report. So this doesn't direct administration to, put this into a statutory plan or do anything at this point. There would be a fulsome conversation that could be had at committee, and I would really appreciate my colleagues' support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm looking at the board. I'm not seeing anyone click on. Being there are no questions, anyone wishing to speak to this motion? I'm again not seeing anyone click on to speak to it. Councillor Rutherford, any closing comments? No? Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Excellent. Next up is item, I believe, 3.20. This is the Highlands item. There are no speakers in opposition. I'm going to look to the ward councillor. Did you want a presentation? No? Okay. Anyone else wishing for a presentation? The ward councillor does not require one. I'm not hearing any requests for the presentation. Do you have any questions to the applicants? Yes. Can we have the applicants come down? Ms. Ryan Addick, you can either grab a seat at microphone 1 or stand at the podium, whatever you feel is more comfortable for you. Councillor, oh right, sorry, did you have a presentation?
If the councillor doesn't need it, I don't need to make it unless it's relevant to the questions, I suppose.
You know what, then it might answer the questions is what I hear, so why don't we do that first?
I'm happy to do that.
We'll do your presentation, please.
For sure. I had a big thing planned anyway, so I'll go for it. So yeah, good afternoon, Your Worship, Council. My name's Ryan Eidick. I'm with Irons Consulting, and I think although the zoning bylaw district plans and then all the subsequent motions being made regarding it is doing a really, really good job of reducing my need for my services in some cases, I do expect to see lots of you in the next 4 years, so appreciate the time and all your work on all of that. So I don't have much more to say other than what was in administration's presentation. I'll just maybe go to the next slide where I borrowed one of their slides. The site's well suited to accommodate additional scale and density in our opinion. It is located along 112 Avenue. It's, I know, technically an arterial roadway, but I know we've had a debate about that in previous council and these chambers previously. It's at an intersection with a pedestrian activated traffic signal. It's across the street from Highlands Park playground. It's 2 blocks west of the local node that's anchored by the Gibbard block. It's 2 blocks north of the River Valley. And of course, it's on a bus route that has a 30-minute frequency to the Abbotsfield Transit Center and then the Stadium Transit Center as well. Next slide, please. So this is the main reason for the rezoning request. It's because of the unique site considerations. So the size of the site and its current RS zone allow for a theoretical maximum of 5 units, but it's challenging to make any additional density work because of some unique circumstances. So the site was subdivided from the one to the south, and at that time there was a 6 meter by 6 meter corner cut that was taken in the northeast corner of the site. That reduced kind of the buildable area. So if you look at the top image, that's the RS zone build pocket with a 4.5 meter setback and then a 10 meter rear yard setback. It's very challenging to make additional density kind of work on this site. So what we are proposing in the RSM zone is a little bit of a different build pocket. So it's further away from the southern neighbor to the south by a foot or so. However, reduced front and rear yard setbacks allow for a more, I guess, a denser development on this site with orientation towards 112 Avenue. The build pocket is only about 40 square meters larger through these reductions. And there, of course, there's additional height that's allowed in the RSM zone, which helps as well. So that's the reason for the application. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Salvador for questions, if there's any.
Yeah, I mean, that answered a number of them. But my understanding is that there was an initial move towards MUN and then now to RSM. But can you just explain a little bit of the background there?
Yeah, without getting too much into the weeds and clouding some judgment here, for sure. So originally this project was brought to us by an architect that had actually a really cool design for a 4-story mixed-use building. So we submitted for an MUN zone at that time to accommodate that. Through that, we got some fairly negative feedback from neighbors, the city, as well as we worked with some commercial brokers and found that there really was no appetite for ground floor commercial at this location, given the size of what those units would be and the types of uses that would be there. So, you know, we didn't really have an opportunity to go forward with that for 3 of those reasons. So we changed gears to an RSM development. So same developer, just different build.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for you, Mr. Rydick. You can hang out there just in case there's anything on new information. I'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, so really appreciate the report on this one. And I guess some of my questions are just around the site size and some of the constraints of the site. So it looks like it's just around like 380 meters squared. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So how would the orientation of the structure differ under RS versus RSM H12? Would there still be activation along 112? Or an expectation of like frontage along 112?
Do you mean in terms of like ground floor entrances?
Yeah,
Like
yes.
if there's requirements?
Yeah.
I'll have to look up the requirements, but when it's street facing, the ground floor entrances are required. So they can choose the street or the avenue, but I don't think it's required. No, it's not required.
Okay, not required, but from a, I guess, logistical perspective, I assume it would be challenging to not.
Yeah, that's your longest frontage, if it makes sense. I mean, it all depends on the end product, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I did want to ask about the frequency of transit along 112th Avenue. So, yeah, my understanding is that it is 30-minute frequency right now. So I think it's considered a local route. And my read is that based on our mass transit plan, 118th Avenue is actually where we'd expect to see increases in frequency over time, not 112th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, because that was a bit of a flag for me, and kind of plays into the previous motion that was made around just looking at the classification of 112. Can you just remind me what was in that motion? What would be coming back related to that? I apologize, I don't have it off the
Sorry,
top
can
here.
you repeat the question?
Yeah, I recall I made it. There was a motion around just looking at 112th Avenue, determine, is it appropriately classified as we move forward?
Yes. I remember the motion. I'm sorry, I don't remember the due date, but we have it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Great. I'm happy to hear that. I guess it's making me question whether the potential results from that report might influence any changes to how we're contemplating development along 112.
Right. So most of the policy that we have references collectors and arterials. So it shouldn't in that sense in terms of contemplating where that additional intensity of development should occur.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I guess coming back to the site size, one of the things that I'm thinking about is under the current zoning, under RS, yes, there would be a smaller building pocket, but I'm thinking about what that would mean for just the articulation of the building and design elements. You know, if we're moving from an RS to an RSM H12 and sort of maxing out that site coverage, does that create less opportunity for more thoughtfully integrated design or articulation of the building itself, simply because you're taking up a lot more of that site?
The regulations and requirements for articulation or any architectural features are embedded in the zone itself. So you're going to see those come through regardless of whether they're taking up the full site size or building in a little bit off of setbacks from the back or the side.
Okay. How atypical is it to see a site of this size in this area?
It's atypical to see
a small site of this size in this area.
We'd have to do kind of a quick inventory. I can maybe flag as an example, and the presentation did have many great examples, so if you're in the mood later, they are available. Strathcona, say, for example, was an item brought forward, approved in the omnibus. That site size was 334 square meters. So not in the same area, but it's the similarities are, there are many. It's outside of Noden Corridor, right? And RSM H12. So we do see tons of great development, very diverse and very creative on sizes that are similar, so sites that are similar in size. What makes this one, I think, seem a little bit smaller is that it's long and narrow, as opposed to something that's a little bit shorter in terms of depth. So it's standing out a little bit more. But in terms of the area, Jordan's telling me there are plenty in Highlands that are larger than the city average, maybe around 700 to 800 square meters.
Right, right.
So less common in the area.
Right.
That's it. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. So the applicant at one time had put in an application for the MUN zone, but that was withdrawn. Is that correct?
They changed their application. They revised
Just changed the
Yep.
application.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And this might not be a fair question. If it isn't, let me know. Is it possible that administration would have recommended the MUN zone? Or supported, sorry, not recommended, supported?
We worked with the applicant to revise the application. So just so we're clear, when the application first came in and we started our review, we went back to the applicant with, can we explore a different zone?
Okay, thank you for that. So the initial MUN up to 16 meters, but now the height would be 12 meters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions on the board for administration, so I'll ask if members of council have any questions related to new information arising from the public hearing for either the applicant or for members of administration. I'm looking to the board and not seeing anyone click on. Therefore, I can take a motion to close the public hearing from...
I'll move closure.
Second.
Sure. Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote for closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. First reading.
I'll move first reading of item 3.20.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Wright. Those wishing to speak to this item, maybe starting with Councillor Salvador. Go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated reading through this report, appreciated the conversation today. And just wanted to take a moment to explain why I'm hesitant to support this. Looking at the broader context, it's while relatively close to a local node, it's not in a local node, not in a primary secondary corridor, so it is part of urban mix. And while the site does meet a number of the criteria in the district policy, I'm just held up by the unusually, in this context, unusually small site size. And recognizing that this is a remnant parcel from a previously subdivided lot, I think the challenge, from my perspective, is that it does, by moving to an RSM, it does take up more of the actual site, potentially creating issues for operational challenges, whether that is parking related or waste management related. I do feel that given the size, 5 units seems viable, doable, and appropriate for this context. I'm also thinking about its proximity to public transit, and 112th Ave, yes, has 30-minute frequencies, but I don't see that changing anytime soon with 118th Avenue identified in our mass transit strategy
as the primary route in this part of our communities, especially as we move to a population of 1.25 million. That is the intended direction. So I do look forward to the report coming back around a larger discussion about 112th Ave and its classification. I have noticed that we are seeing more applications coming forward along 112, so I think there's some timeliness to that conversation. What is allowed through the underlying zone, through RS, already allows for a substantial building on a constrained site with limited amenities. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this, but I can understand the challenging site constraints that the applicant is under. But I think there's creativity and flexibility embedded in the RS zone that will allow for a viable project that can really add some housing options to this area and add to the overall vibrancy of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
With the greatest of respect, I disagree with my colleague and the ward councillor on this one. I think that it is a great opportunity to add, and in fact, all of us already during this public hearing have supported another similar project that is in my ward on a small parcel like this. So I think when I think of this site, when I look that Concordia University of Edmonton is just over 10 blocks away. When I looked at in 2 blocks, you can be at the McGrath Mansion and into the River Valley. When I think about the test I always like to use is, would me or someone I love want to live here? Is this somewhere that maybe when my youngsters are going off to college or someone else, is this maybe a place that they might want to call home? And when you see the parks, the playgrounds, the amenities, the library is just a few blocks north. You've got, the Portuguese bakeries. There's so much vitality in this community. This is exactly where we want to be adding more housing choices in more places. I think that we're seeing that when we can add more opportunity for people to live where they want to live, especially close to places like Kind Ice Cream and Foxburger and this little thriving retail corner that's coming together that's just a couple of blocks away. This is exactly where I think as a city that we want to be building, and we are, and we're growing together. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this application and to support other opportunities. I think all too often we talk about campus housing about the U of A, but it's not. It's MacEwan, it's NAIT, it's Concordia, it's all of these other options. And I think that when we can think about providing more opportunities for the students, staff, and families who are at these major employment and economic centers, even walking from here to Coliseum Station is not too far. So I would, with the greatest of respect to the ward councillor, I'll be supporting this application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I normally like to try to give a lot of deference to the ward councillor, but I'm really struggling of why I would say no to this particular application right now. Looking at the site context, looking at the adjacent, whether or not we would end up calling 112th Avenue an arterial road, and I supported that motion in the past to review that. It might probably more fit within a collector road, which then takes us back to our conversation we had to an item in Mayfield, which this is what I would consider a very different collector road than the one that is in Mayfield. And to Councillor Jans's point, the one that we unanimously just approved as part of our omnibus motion in Strathcona, I am really struggling to see how we wouldn't allow for slightly greater height adjacent to what is today an arterial, what might tomorrow be considered a major collector road, especially on the north edge of the block, so the additional height really doesn't have any real impact to any resident nearby. Even with how that road is angled would mean even the morning sun really isn't going to be impacting the potential resident to the west. So for me, I can't see how we wouldn't say yes to this. This would fall in line with many of our major collector roads where typically we would go for even higher density. I get the narrowness of the site likely restricts that from being anything more than a 12-meter high site. but it's an adjacent to a new single-family home, which has a lot of site footprint as well. So for me, this very much is different than the Mayfield one, which I voted against. Far more in line with the Strathcona one, which I supported, and arguably I think has greater ability to support this than even the Strathcona one, because the Strathcona one is on a more narrow roadway footprint surrounding it. So for me, I think this very much aligns with what we're striving for when we talk about nodes and corridors and along adjacent to some type of major-ish roadway, whatever we choose to call it in the future. So I will be supporting it. And I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board to speak. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you. I think my colleagues have done a great job of summarizing. Always appreciate that there's some nuance. I agree that actually that we do have some really great potential under the RS zone. But again, I feel that the constraints of this site and the fact that it lines up with so many of the criteria, this being what I would describe as a true collector road, I think it is an emerging node as well, with some great community-based commercial, just a very short walk away. And given that it is constrained, I think providing a bit more flexibility through the RSM zone is appropriate, and as highlighted, with very minimal impact given its location on the north end of the block. So I'll be supporting, encourage others to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried in a 10-3 vote. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move second reading.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Jans, please vote on second reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson. That was consideration, right?
Sorry, my e-scribe is very unhappy today.
Okay.
I'll move
sorry to hear
third and final reading of bylaw 21305.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on third reading of
Yes.
that bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Excellent. Next up is item 3.23, bylaw 21308. This is the Forest Heights item. There's a quick swap of the delegation. And bringing this up, we have speakers. We had all our speakers in favor to answer questions only. At the time, our speaker in opposition was not here. Now they are. Christopher, that's you? Fantastic. So you are here now. That is great. So we will do the presentation from administration first.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Forest Heights neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone to the small to medium-scale transition residential zone with a height modifier of 12 meters. Next slide, please. Located on a corner lot, the site is well connected to a variety of amenities and services that can be reached within a short walk. This includes commercial uses, bus service, a planned district connector bike route, McNally High School, and an existing shared use pathway. Next slide, please. When compared with the current RS zone, the proposed RSMH12 zone would allow for an overall larger building footprint. This slide shows the massing models of the two zones for visual comparison. The site has the added benefit of being surrounded on three sides by either roads or a lane, helping to buffer and ultimately offset impacts to surrounding properties. Next slide, please. This site is located within a local node where the focal point is along 106th Avenue and includes commercial uses, a park, school site, bus service, and active travel options. District policy supports more intense forms of housing at local nodes, such as low-rise development. The proposed RSMH12 zone allows for a smaller built form than what is intended in a local node. Therefore, the proposed rezoning meets the intent of the district policy. Additionally, the proposed rezoning contributes to the goal of becoming a more compact city through the creation of new infill units and enabling people to complete their daily needs within 15 minutes of home. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard feedback from 6 residents, 5 of whom were in opposition, and 1 who requested more information on the proposal. Some of the main concerns included that there is existing parking congestion in the area due to existing amenities, that an increase in density and noise in the area would be a concern, that the site is in close proximity to the school and the proposal would increase traffic around it and compromise the safety of residents and students. The proposed redevelopment is unlikely to be considered as affordable. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. The site is located within a local node where more intense forms of housing are supported, and it aligns with the goal to become a more compact city through the big city moves of a rebuildable city and community of communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, we will look to the speakers in favor. We have all 3 were scheduled to answer questions only. Councillor Salvador, do you have questions for any of the speakers in favor? Just in opposite? Okay, great. So we'll bring down our speaker in opposition, Christopher Batdorf. Please come down. You can grab a seat there at spot number 1, I believe, is going to be perfect for you. And I believe, in case you didn't hear the beginning, every person gets 5 minutes, so you will get 5 minutes to provide any comments. Please go ahead. Oh, and sorry, we'll get your microphone. There might be a button there that you have to press. And now we'll restart your time, so you're good to go.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, councillors, for hearing from me. My name is Christopher Batdorf. I have spoken at council a couple of times. I've met a couple of councillors in the past. It's nice to see you all sitting here. Why this bylaw is important to me is actually I reside across the alleyway from this development site. Aside from receiving a postcard from the city administration, I cannot find any information regarding this development, this proposal, so I had to do some sleuthing. The site in question currently has 2 single-family homes that are elevated bungalows. The RSM would prospectively allow development up to 4 stories, which is not unfair for our community. Next to the site to the south is actually a 3-story row house. We do have a couple of row houses in our neighborhood. They fit very well. Across the street, there is a lot of neighborhood community or neighborhood commercial spaces, but those spaces are actually single-story. The most closest one to the site is actually a unused, abandoned pub. Next to that is actually the St. Clair residence, developed by Bellion Developments in 2015. That site is actually a wonderful example of infill and development and density in our neighborhood. There are 3 stories of residential, 2-bedroom units, and the main floor is actually parking and commercial space. Unfortunately, the applicant is not the owner of the site. The applicant is only a corporation that became in existence in February of this year. The site was previously 2 titled lots for each single-family home, It is now a single title lot for both houses contained within the lot, and the owner is the same as before. My question is, though, is prior in this year, both lots, or as a whole, they were for sale. Is the conversion from an RS zoning to an RSM zoning just to increase the potential sale value of this lot, in which the neighborhood is now stuck with 2 single-family homes that are currently rentals, that will maintain to be rentals, and then in the future, they will be developed in an unknown timeline in which the community has no say as to what is being developed there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go to questions of our speakers, starting with Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to be here and share your perspective. So, so you're right across the alley, so you would be just to the west. Of the property,
I am
right?
10 meters from the fence.
Gotcha.
Yes,
Gotcha.
my front door is 10 meters from the fence.
Okay, okay, and I appreciate you sharing that. You didn't really know that this was happening, didn't receive that information.
Usually when people are, what I've seen when they are trying to develop a site, the applicant would try and provide some sort of artist depiction of what the owner or the developer would like to proceed with. There is no information that I can find.
Right. Okay, I'll definitely follow up with city administration on that piece. I did want to just clarify, and again, I'll ask this to admin, but you're under the impression that this would allow for up to 4 stories? Because my understanding is it would be 3 with 12 meters height?
So the 12-meter height, from my understanding, is the maximum height.
Right.
So I don't know if that is a flat roof building, a gabled roof building. Currently, the row houses south are gabled roof. The one immediately south of the unit actually has 3 stories of residential space. They've actually built in the roof attic space. The ones further south are just 2 stories with unaccessible attic space.
Okay, gotcha. Because what I'm also looking at, the building that you were referencing across the street, that like formerly Fleisch, now Birch and Bear, Columbian.
The St. Clair residence, yes.
Yeah, so with that development, I think that one is 4 stories, and I'm very quickly trying to pull up the height on that one. But I believe it is, building height shall not exceed 15 meters. So, so even compared to that one, it looks like this application would be less height.
Yes.
So just, trying to contextually wrap my head around that, just to make sure we're on the same page. Would you be comfortable in terms of height if it was lower than the building you're referencing?
So my opposition is not against the development of the site, it's against the zoning. So with the St. Clair, it is a DC2 site, and Bellion Developments over 10 years ago worked with the community to develop that site specifically, whereas I would feel a DC2 would also be appropriate for this site as well. Because of the direct control, the community and city administration and city council would be able to understand what the restrictions are, rather than somebody purchasing a newly rezoned RSM and going with their development permit and fitting all the boxes and not having any consultation with the neighbors who will be affected by it.
Okay, so it's sort of that level of more granular detail that comes with a DC that you're, okay,
Yes.
I understand. Okay, thank you so much for helping me understand where that opposition's really rooted in, and I'll be following up with administration on a number of your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I just, maybe as a follow-up, because I obviously always get the desire that the DC is the perfect world. We would do a DC everywhere, because then everyone would have sort of that 100% certainty. At the same time, we have tried to shift away from that, because we want to provide some flexibility, some certainty, so that we don't have to do it, essentially plot by plot. So I guess my question that maybe I'm still unclear on for you is under what is currently permitted, which is, again, a 12-meter high, so about a 3-story, up to 3-story building, under that current zoning, what are some of the things that give you pause or maybe discomfort? Because I'm not necessarily hearing outright opposition, but I'm hearing, I don't know enough, and I'm wondering, what would be the worst case scenario in your mind? Like, can you sort of play that out for me a bit?
So the worst case scenario in my mind would be similar to the previous RSM to RS or RS to RSM motions that were previous. Is what is being planned, does it fit under RS? And then why is it being requested to be RSM? And then the other one is essentially that this unit takes away 2 family homes because unfortunately the lot is within 2 blocks of a primary school. It's within 2 blocks of a high school. And somebody goes and decides to build the maximum amount of bachelor or single bedroom units. And there is no families to enter into the community. And they really are just using the fact that it is close to neighborhood commercial, it's close to a DC, it's along the node of 106th Avenue. And they're just really trying just to flip the site, and there is no consultation with the community around us. Basically, it's a developer who comes in, builds basically anything that can't really be appealed or opposed, and then basically the developer just leaves. And we're stuck with a building that has any number of people, whether it's condominiums, whether it is a rental property, and then you have basically a 12-story or a 12-meter building, so a three-story building, basically in a neighborhood that is essentially all 2-story homes.
Okay, that's helpful. So maybe a few more questions, because I've been through the neighborhood a few times, but I'm just trying to go through it all and do a quick refresher. I get, I hear that concern around loss of a, quote unquote family home, and there's always that tension of families do come in all shapes and sizes and do come in all types of built form. What is, and I can probably ask our administration that, but since you live there, just a thought, how many apartments do exist? I mean, I am thinking about the Columbian space, which is main floor commercial, 3 stories of residential. Do you have a lot of apartment buildings in Forest Heights? I'm trying to, because in that part, I don't.
Prior to 2015, this I would say the northwest end of Forest Heights does not have a lot of apartment buildings.
Yeah, it's more closer to the 101st.
79th Street is one of the major routes in which there is more multifamily housing on site. 101st Avenue also as well. But aside from the St. Clair, that is the most prominent multifamily rental property on site.
So so I want to ask you, because you had a chance to, I think you were here just as we were debating the last item, and I sort of want to pose that question a bit to you, this 106 Ave does feel like a more substantive roadway and probably even busier than 112th Ave, arguably, because of the Roland Road connectivity. That type of road is typically where you've seen at least 4-story buildings for many decades. That's not even in our more recent land use. I mean, that's the type of land use we'd see there. And so I guess what I'm wondering about is that it feels like this is a place where that type of building would go, in fact, something larger. And I guess I'm not necessarily here, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not necessarily hearing you say it's that you would oppose a 3-story building there. It's you'd still like to have some families there. You'd still like to have a little bit more of a influence on the development. Am I putting words in your mouth, or you can tell me otherwise?
So I think that personally, I would like more communication from the developer or the owner of the property. I've lived in the neighborhood, or I've lived in that specific area for 5 years. I've known the previous tenants, the current tenants of both of the units. My child is friends with previous tenants' kids. They're nice houses, and we do expect that with the development of the row housing south of the site that it would be a possibility. And if the owner or a developer wanted to build row housing, why would it need a rezoning from RS? 106th Avenue is a very odd arterial road. There is no parking lanes. It is 2 lanes in each direction. It's a wonderful time in the summer hearing all of the souped up Toyotas and motorcycles racing up Roland Road. And unfortunately, our section of Edmonton is also in the response area for station number 1 for the fire department. So there are many times in a week when we will have all 3 fire engines coming up that road as well. So I think it's just more of smart planning, what the development on this site is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to go to Councillor Knack to see if you want to continue that conversation with the second round.
No, that was a great answer, so I'm happy to take back the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions on the board for you at the moment. Feel free to hang tight there. There could be some as we go through. We are going to do questions of administration first. And Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to start with questions around notification area and how far is that radius? And what would neighbors in the, I guess, direct vicinity have expected for mail drops or things like that?
Right, so it would start with something we call an advance notice, or when we receive an application, we notify the neighborhood, and that radius is, our standard is 60 meters. So, and then next steps after that, we gauge the reaction from the neighborhood. If there is a lot of interest, then we would look at enhancing or say leveling up our communications. Maybe we would introduce an Engaged Edmonton page or hold a public meeting. In this case, with this file, we didn't hear a lot from the community. Next steps we'd see, so say we received the application in August. The site sign was installed on September 22nd, so roughly a month later. So then there's the physical presence of a sign that is visible from roadway and readable even as you're driving. And then your next notices would be a public hearing notice, and sometimes we do extend that radius. Again, if we hear something through the file, we want to be a little more flexible. In this case, we didn't, because we didn't hear a lot. So that would be the second touch point in terms of a physical postcard. Those postcards also provide contact information for the planner and a link to a URL, short URL to the city's website where we have more information on the application.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's really helpful to sort of understand those rings of notification. So I also wanted to ask about expectations for communication with the developer or the owner of the parcel. Can you just let us know what those expectations are?
Right. So in a formal sense, the zoning bylaw only really requires applicants to connect with the communities when it is a direct control, and that's through a process called a pre-application notification. So before they even make the application, they're required to reach out like via letter or notice. In all other cases with an application, there is no legal obligation. When we meet with applicants, we definitely encourage them to do so. And we find it really varies, right? And sometimes applicants already have a game plan. Sometimes they adopt one. And other times there's very little communication with the community, and yeah, it varies.
Yeah, okay, well, I will be following up in new information with the applicant just to see what their intentions are to try to ensure there's a degree of communication with the surrounding neighbors. I also wonder, with the new project implementation plan with PIP, is there a slightly higher bar for communication with surrounding neighbors?
I'm not sure on the details for communication with, there must be a good neighbor component. Could someone on the team who knows the program better maybe speak to it?
Maybe I'll just ask Travis. Sorry, if you could provide some information on PIP and notification, if there is any additional requirements.
So beyond what's required through development permit notification, and as well as the standard practice of notifying the directly adjacent or abutting, there isn't additional notification requirements in the PIP. The PIP generally looks to establish that communication with those directly abutting neighbors, the ones most directly impacted by the construction and the development.
Right, right. Okay, so it's not necessarily front-ended around, the design of the project, but it is around the construction site management itself.
Correct, because by that time, the project would have already received its development permit, which is where we talk about building, massing, and design and siting.
Okay, thank you. I also want to just ask about the adjacent and surrounding context. So this is within a local node. The properties that are zoned, I believe it's CN, just to the north of the site, and I know there's a few to the east. What is the maximum height in the CN zone? Is it also 12 meters?
16, I believe.
16?
Yep. Abby can double check for us.
Okay, so this application would be similar height or lower than what is currently allowed in that local node?
Yes, and what we expect in a local node of low rise, which is 4 stories.
Right.
Generally in the 14-meter height mark, right?
Right, okay, perfect. And then I really hear the concern that was raised by the speaker around just some... I am over time.
Yeah, look at that. I'm failing miserably as a chair. Sorry, I was too busy looking up the height of that zone. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up for my understanding as well. So the postcard information that was shared, there wasn't this. So there was a URL to general information about rezoning, but there wasn't sort of a project website. Is that correct?
The URL takes you to anybody to a landing page, which is that has a map, and it's called the Land Development Applications in Your Neighborhood. The map has thumbnails, and that has additional information that is geographically located. So, not necessarily a page, but it is individualized per application.
Perfect. So yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at right now. And I assume, I think you said, part of that is that there wasn't a lot of pickup in community in terms of requiring more information. Does the city have any, I think the other tension here is that, as was mentioned, there aren't any renderings at this stage when it's a standard zone, so, not necessarily visuals to share. Does the city have a website where there's just general information about, just a visualization of an RSM building, for example?
No, we currently don't. Not visualizations. I mean, we have content that talks about the redevelopment process and the rezoning process. We also include on the postcard a note that what the next steps are, and that design and construction are later phases. So we really try to differentiate right from the beginning that this rezoning process is about development rights and less about design of building, because that can be a difficult distinction.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And yeah, I think, and then again, there's the contact for the planner there, so that.
Exactly, yeah, and,
okay.
and that's what those one-on-one conversations are for, and what our team spends so much time doing, and we can help people understand the stage of development that we're at. The CN zone has a max height of 12 meters.
12 meters.
12, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. This is the one question in regards to the MIN. For the notification radius, for my education, how do you determine what is the appropriate radius? So in this case, the 61 meters. Is that standard for all residential requests through bylaw changes? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, 60 meters, 200 feet. It's been that standard for decades. It is embedded in our zoning bylaw. Yeah.
And Councillor, I'll just add, we do have a public engagement charter that is a public document to ensure that, to hold us accountable and also to inform the public in terms of how we determine what radius we notify and when we hold a public meeting and when we don't. So there are 3 approaches. There's a basic approach, broadened approach, and I think the last one is expanded. And so that, when Claire was stating about if we hear a lot, then we might broaden the approach in terms of what we take. So there are a series of questions that we ask ourselves when we receive an application to help us determine which approach we take. And then as the application is moving through the various steps, if that changes or we're hearing back a lot, then we can revisit the approach that we've taken. That charter is public, and we share that often with those one-on-one conversations that we have, and it's for us as well.
Okay, thank you for that. That was my only question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question because it's 2 lots. what would be the maximum number of units allowable if it were to be RSM? Or is there?
So there is no limit.
Right.
But what we can estimate based on what's allowed in terms of floor area is 20 units.
20 units? Okay. And because even, you know, if the proponent has a different idea, we should be making consideration of what can actually be built in this spot. And in the RS, if it were to remain in the RS with these two lots, what would be the maximum allowable units?
15.
15. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to move a second round of questions? Or?
Sure, I'll move a second round.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for another round of questions.
We're just
Yes.
voting the vote. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Salvador.
Great, thank you. Do we have the breakdown of what the housing mix is in Forest Heights?
We do.
Sometimes we have the slide for that.
Yeah, sometimes we have the slide, but I'll just tell you it's roughly 43% apartments and roughly 51% single detached, a very small quantity of row housing.
Okay, okay, so a relatively small amount of row housing. Actually, this is probably a better question for legal, because I appreciated the concerns that were raised by our speaker about, you know, some of the things that have happened on this parcel over the last year or so, sale, conversion, then consolidation, and potential concerns about what sounded like speculation on this property. But that is not, we're not allowed to consider that, is my understanding. Is that?
That's not a land use consideration. You're being asked to look at, is this an appropriate zone for this parcel of land? Is there a better zone, so on and so forth? Those sort of past actions or potential future actions in terms of sale and purchase are not relevant to your decision.
Yeah, it's very, very narrow in what we're allowed to consider, and thank you for that additional clarity. Last question is just around parking as well. So I did notice in the some of the feedback that was received, general concerns about parking management in this area, just given that it is an emerging local node. More people are not only walking to these local amenities, but people from other neighborhoods might be wanting to visit as well. With the curbside management strategy, when is the next time that that's going to be in front of council? Because I keep thinking back to when we went towards open option parking, that secondary piece was always around, okay, yes, that, but also how do we make sure we're managing our curbside in the most appropriate way? When's the next check-in for council on that? Because that's a real area of interest for me.
I'll need to look that up for you. I believe there's some work that's going to be shared with you about like RPPs early next year.
Yeah, and I guess, am I correct in understanding that the curbside management strategy is where we would have conversations about areas in our city that are seeing maybe higher demand for parking, more parking pressure on our curbsides, and that we can look at a variety of tools to help manage that if we notice that pressure starting to increase?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, well, that's something to be mindful of, but I think that answers the majority of my questions, other than a few for new information.
Yeah, that sounds good. I see no other questions for administration. So next, excuse me, we will move to new information, questions of our administration or of our applicants or those in opposition for new information. And I think all of our applicants' representatives are online right now. So Councillor Salvador, please go ahead with questions on new information.
Yeah, thank you. So just to the applicant, you've been listening in, heard some of the concerns just around communication with adjacent neighbors in the community. Can you please share what your plans are for letting neighboring property owners know what your plans are for this property?
Anyone from our Speakers in favor, I see Mr. Mayhe's online, Stephen Wu. For sure I see Tony Mayhe.
Hi, sorry, team. I was just taking a little bit of time to get the mute taken off.
That's okay.
So is this my time to present my case, I guess you could say?
Well, this is your time to answer questions of Councillor Salvador and any other councillors that have questions for you. So Councillor Salvador, do you want to just...
I'll just repeat that.
Yeah.
So we heard some concerns from our speaker in opposition about communication around what's going to be happening on this property. How are you intending to engage with the surrounding neighbors?
I think the first step is obviously going through the zoning process. I wasn't involved in the application of the zoning process. I just recently jumped on board with the project. I think Ashley Salvador and myself did meet on another zoning with the community in Highlands, I believe, last year. Typically, once we get through the process, we'd like to have a meeting with the neighbors in the community league and give them a little bit of insight on what we're doing, which I've provided with a few community leagues before. I think there is, I do agree that there is a little bit of a missing gap in communication with the zoning. Obviously, having the DC zoning, it kind of forces the developer to engage with the community. The route that RSM, I guess, in hindsight, we're following what the city's application process is. So the city's application process is, you can apply for the zoning and take it from there. But I think moving forward, I will have more of a step forward to talking with the community and with the neighbors regarding a zoning change that could essentially affect their, doorstep.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. So recognizing that sort of you've stuck to what is the base requirement at this stage, but there is an intention to bring in neighboring properties, but also I think I heard you say the community league as well. That's part of your typical process. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my typical process.
And then can you also just share, what about the underlying and current RS zone is pushing you towards RSM?
So a few things. One, we feel like this is close to the core of downtown. It's a surrounding area of downtown. I've looked at, where the city's direction is going, with, the population growth and with obviously the infrastructure around downtown growing as well. So we've taken a look at this site. We feel that we're able to get 20 units on here comfortably. It's close to downtown. It's close to amenities. Forest Heights, even a few blocks down, has a 3-story building up, which I'm sure was discussed earlier. We feel like this is in line with what the city's growth projections are.
Thank you. And are you open to having community members reach out to you directly if they might have questions?
Absolutely. I've always been engaging with the community. Again, I was on this file late and I didn't do the application. But most of my applications, I've consulted with the neighbors and I've had meetings with multiple community leagues. So, I mean, that's that would be a step forward that I would be taking, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, we'll go to Councillor Wright.
Hi, Tony, I'm just wondering, so you're looking at 20 units, and I don't know if you've heard the concerns about the parking in the area. Would you be providing parking underground?
We lost Tony. I think he hit the wrong button.
Is anybody else from
No, it doesn't.
the proponent there?
No, I think we're just going to wait for Tony to re-enter. I'm guessing I'm assuming Tony meant to hit the mute button and instead hit the hang up button.
I can relate.
There, I think I've seen Mr. Mayhew has rejoined. So Councillor Wright,
Sorry, team.
No, that's all right. We assumed you were accidentally hit the button. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Hi, Tony, I've done that myself. Okay. So I'm just wondering, I don't know if you've heard the concerns about the parking in the area. So your 20-unit building, are you considering parking on site, underground, or none at all?
Yeah, we're looking at providing 8 parking stalls. I'd have to refer back to the plan, but I don't want to get muted off. But I believe that we have, on what we're proposing to build, we're going to provide 8 stalls.
So 8 for the 20 units, okay.
Yeah.
And that would be surface then, or I'm assuming you wouldn't go underground for 8 stalls?
No, they'd be below the garden suites.
Okay, and then I know Councillor Salvador was talking about like street-facing units as well. No, that was on the other one. That was on the other 12th one. Okay. But would any of these be like ground level units that people could enter from? Like at ground level? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question really, but we're referring to, so for the garden suite, there'd be 2nd story.
Right.
And then the main building, you would have your basement and main floor as 1 suite, and then the 2nd and potentially 3rd to be another suite.
Okay. Okay, so quite a variety. Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have. And do I need to do a second round?
No, because I haven't had a chance of new information. So I'll turn the floor back, or to the chair, over to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, just for I think I understood it by the way you described it, but it sounds like, Mr. Mayhew, you're planning on row housing or stacked row housing, not an apartment building, because I just heard you mention suites with garages. So is that sort of what you're thinking, like more of a stacked row housing?
Yeah, it would be more of a stacked row housing. So it'd be 2 row housings, buildings that are separate, and then we'd have our 8, our 8-car garage, but it'd be split into 2. I'd have to confirm with the architect, with suites above. So it'd be 1 suite above each garage stall. Okay. So that would be our 20 units.
Thank you.
That's what we're proposing right now.
Can you tell me? You mentioned you came into this. So what is your role? Are you looking? Are you part of the group that's going to be building it, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll be the builder.
Okay.
For this project. I used to do a lot of rezonings. It's just taking up too much of my time, and I'm just busy on the field, so I took a step back on that role.
So someone else did the rezoning. You were part of the ownership group that will build this site here.
Yes, I'll be the builder. Okay. I'm not the owner though.
The builder. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so row housing, that helps. Okay, thank you. Those are my, actually, well, since I still have our speaker in opposition, it's great to get a little bit more information. I'm sure you didn't have that, so I wouldn't mind maybe getting your thoughts. Now, we have a bit more certainty. We have a sense from the builder that, now, I always preface this with whatever was being proposed, we have to assume that it could be the maximum, which could still be a potential building. We are hearing, though, that it looks like they're looking to actually do stacked row housing with garden suites and parking at the back, or at least in sort of garage form. When you hear that, how do you feel about that versus what you were originally thinking when we sort of started this process?
I like the fact that it would be stacked row housing. Mm-hmm. Just the concept that I've seen many of stacked row housing where it is essentially 2 or 3 bedrooms, units on top of each other, providing more space. 8 parking stalls or 8 garage units on the alleyway would be the maximum amount that the length of the lot would have compared to my condo corporation across the alleyway. But 8 parking stalls for 20 families, or I would assume maybe 16 families, 4 singles if there are garden suites, doesn't provide a lot of space for families to have a vehicle. We are across the street from McNally High School. 8:30 in the morning and 4:30 in the afternoon, 3:30, 4:30 is a very scary time. There is a lot of people dropping off their high school students. There are a lot of students who are driving and parking in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood was developed in the 50s, so we have the very standard, essentially 3-lane residential road. And when both curb lanes are filled with vehicles, there is no room to pass anybody. So it's the alleyway has become a thoroughfare for parents dropping off their children, because 84th Street is backed up because of city transit and people trying to turn left from 84th Street down Roland Road. 106th Avenue is a nightmare because the two westbound roads, the curb lane road goes down Roland Road. The left middle lane is an automatic left-hand turn. In the morning, you will have all of the school special buses from McNally dropping off the students. You have them picking up the students. So hearing that 8 parking stalls for 20 units, it does make me recognize that the developer is expecting people to park on the street where there is not a lot of parking.
And remind me, do you have any type of parking program on street with the proximity to high school?
Free for all.
Free for all right now, okay.
Yes.
And that's
on
sort of what-
on 84th Street as well, there is no parking.
That's right.
50 meters from the intersection, because it creates a turning lane.
Okay, no, that's, I was just curious, and I think that's what Councillor Salvador was asking about earlier. All right, those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else for questions. And now I happily take to see if the ward councillor wants to move closure of the public hearing at least.
Yeah, I'll move closure.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on closure of the public hearing first.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. I'll see Councillor Salvador.
I'll move first reading.
First reading moved. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott, because he had his mic on. First, we'll see if there's anyone wishing to speak to it. Yeah, I know, I can't technically delete myself to put myself on. Okay, well, you know what, I'll just, since Councillor Salvador's only on one, Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. So appreciate this discussion and so I think where I'm headed towards, and you know, I appreciate the concerns I heard. I like that we got a little more, and this is always the tension, right? And I appreciate looking at our speaker in opposition that it's never easy when we're always talking about standard zones because we want to have as much certainty as humanly possible. At the same time, there's a reason we don't do direct controls on every single pocket because that would be, well, just frankly not really feasible to do. I think there would probably be an argument, if I'm being honest, on this parcel of land for a higher form of built form with 2 lots on a major road. Even with the tension that I've heard, and to be very clear and very much appreciate, and I expect that your ward councillor will likely work with you to try to help tackle some parking challenges no matter what happens today, because frankly, even if this was the standard zoning, we're talking about 15 units compared to 20. So that would likely exist in one way or another. So seeing that delta difference that we're talking about, recognizing this is 2 lots, again, on the northern edge of a block, I think this is a very reasonable place to allow for a little bit more height while working through some of those operational challenges separate from the rezoning process, but in partnership with your local city councillor. I also think the idea of, even though this could be higher built form, we've heard today that it sounds like it's more likely to be row housing, which I think is a really good built form that's missing in the neighborhood and could be really beneficial. We've got apartments and we've got single-family homes, and we don't actually have row housing, which is often what we're trying to get more of when it comes to that better price point for family homes. So for me, I am comfortable supporting this, noting that you've got a ward councillor who's going to work with you on some of the specific concerns that you've raised. I think this is a good site for that type of development. So I'll support this, and I'll take the chair back.
Chair return.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, very quickly, I'll support it as well, too. We also just supported earlier, I would again remind council, a very, very similar parcel that we approved unanimously, actually even higher. It was 16, not 12. And again, it was very close to a high school, Strathcona High School. So I think that, again, looking at this is a great location here, and so close to downtown, so close to other amenities, and absolutely just one of the most beautiful walks and areas in our city. I do think for like homework, I do think we need to have a conversation at some point about designated parking strategies around high schools. Because whether it's that Strathcona one, whether it's the challenges around Harry Ainley and Southgate, whether it's this one with McNally, we are seeing a problem where it's very hard to balance, especially Harry Ainley, for instance, in my ward went from around 1,600, 1,700 students to now 2,800 students. And even if only a quarter of them are driving, that's an enormous amount of vehicles that are far exceeded. And I don't want to be paving over classrooms to put up parking. So what are we going to do here? So it's not exactly the concern of this development, but I think we have a much bigger traffic safety issue around our high schools. And I don't know if it's more school specials. I don't know if it's no more park and rides. I don't know what the answer is right now, but I just wanted to throw that out as a consideration, not exactly here, but triggered by here. So thank you. I'll support the recommendation as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated the conversation today. Thanks so much to our speaker for sticking around to share your perspective. And yeah, just reflecting on the larger planning context in this area. Unlike the previous application we saw, this is a larger consolidated lot. It is within an existing local node, and it's across the street from existing commercially zoned parcels, as well as a 4-story mixed-use building, which I think, as I mentioned earlier, is now the Columbian and Birch and Bear Pizza. And I know how much the surrounding community really values having those kinds of walkable local amenities within the neighborhood. And as we continue to grow as a city, we know that we want to retain those kinds of amenities, and we know that we need enough of a population and customer base to continue sustaining them. So being able to add a more diverse housing stock within or in close proximity to local nodes really helps support that local vibrancy. I'm also thinking about the properties in and around this area that are already zoned CN, which would, again, allow for that 12-meter height, similar to what's being proposed here, and similar to the DC that is already in place. I'm also thinking about where we concentrate more of our density and intensity as we continue to grow. And what I regularly hear from community members is that we need to direct density to where it makes the most sense. And I think it does make sense in this location. Again, larger consolidated site within a local node along an arterial with good access to frequent public transit service, future active transportation route, and in this case, it is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides. I appreciated the information that administration shared about the housing mix in Forest Heights, recognizing that there's currently a fairly good split between more low density, like single family homes and then apartment style. And with this kind of coming up the middle with potentially a stacked row housing style, I think that fills an important gap. And I really appreciated what our speakers shared about the desire for certainty that comes with a DC. At the same time, one of the intentions behind modernizing our zoning bylaw was to move away from that DC approach towards more standardized zones. And recognizing that, I did appreciate the answers from our applicant that there is an intention to engage not only with the surrounding neighbors, but with the community league as well. And what also came through loud and clear, as my colleagues have also shared, is the need for better parking management. There are several areas in the ward that I represent that have seen increased parking pressure over the last few years for a variety of factors, including additional development. And this is one of them, right? And given its proximity to McNally. I think there's some very real and very valid concerns that have been raised, particularly as it relates to safety concerns, traffic congestion, just unpredictable driver behavior when you have that amount of traffic trying to get to where they need to go. So I will be looking for opportunities to work with administration on what parking tools are in our tool belt to really support communities in areas where there is higher parking demand to make sure we're managing our on-street parking in the best possible way. So all that being said, I will be supporting this, but looking forward to future work to ensure that projects like this are integrating as best as possible into our existing neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote for consideration.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 21308.
Seconded by Councillor Jans, maybe?
Second.
No, seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. We have one item remaining. We are at 3:31 though, so we will take a 15-minute break starting now. Oh, it's 3:32, so we will come back at 3:47 to finish our last item. Thanks, everyone. we're back. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Jantz.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette. Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
And Councillor Elliott. I know, you two look alike, so I got it. Yeah. And Councillor Wright, hi there. We're gonna, no, we're not gonna, security, we can't let you in. Where's your swipe card? It doesn't work. Why don't actually, our swipe cards don't usually work on those doors, which is weird, so we should probably fix that and update that at some point, because, yeah. Anyway, for another time.
Do our swipe cards work on the heat?
I don't know how you're all so cold all the time. Anyway. No, the great temperature. I'm boiling. Take some of my heat, please. Let's continue on. We have our last item of business, item 3.25, the omnibus amendments to the zoning bylaw. And so let's go ahead and have a presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Drury. I'm a planner on the zoning bylaw team. I'm here to present on bylaw 21336 to facilitate amendments to zoning bylaw 20,001 for an omnibus and omnibus plus bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. For both omnibus and omnibus plus amendments, the city solicits suggestions from feedback forms, engagement, variance reports, and internal discussions. An omnibus bylaw is a single municipal bylaw that makes numerous minor and administrative amendments to an existing bylaw, often to address technical errors, grammatical mistakes, or to clarify existing regulations. These amendments aim to improve the clarity, consistency, and functionality of the bylaw for both applicants and municipal staff. Alternatively, Omnibus Plus text amendments are to advance low-impact text amendment projects that may result in a change in development outcomes. However, these amendments are considered minor by administration and do not warrant their own text amendment project. Next slide, please. The Omnibus proposes several changes to the zoning bylaw. Several section references and example drawings are proposed to be updated, and no comments were received on these proposed amendments. Some other highlights of the Omnibus include introducing minimum pathway requirements to shared parking and waste collection for small-scale multi-unit row and cluster housing, introducing a regulation to formalize the current operational procedure to require a landscaping security prior to the issuance of a development permit when a building permit is not required, and adjusting minimum flanking side setback requirements in the small-scale residential zone to ensure the 2-meter setback requirement applies in both residential and non-residential development. Next slide, please. The Omnibus Plus has 2 additional changes that are limited in scope. The first is to improve administration's ability to enforce on zoning bylaw violations by clarifying who is liable for an offense. The existing language in the zoning bylaw that addresses enforcement and penalties does not allow bylaw enforcement officers to hold current property owners accountable for an illegal development if that illegal development was caused by a previous owner of the property. As a result, the city is currently required to prove that the current owner was directly responsible for causing the bylaw violation, and this often results in the inability for the city to prosecute current property owners for violations caused by previous property owners under specific enforcement provisions. The proposed change is administrative in nature and clarifies the language in the bylaw for offenses to allow for more successful prosecution when matters go to court. No new zoning offenses are being introduced with this amendment. Next slide, please. The second proposed amendment is to add an exception that will allow vehicles to access a site from an abutting street even if the site abuts an alley. These changes are intended to facilitate emergency vehicle access when alley access is not feasible and reduce the need for significant alley upgrade requirements at the subdivision stage. These changes will only apply to the RSM small medium scale transition residential zone and RM medium scale residential zone in developing areas, which is generally outside the Anthony Henday. The Anthony Henday is shown in yellow on the slide above. Next slide, please. In total, administration received written responses from 8 organizations. Of those 8 organizations, 3 were from the development industry and 5 were from community leagues. Comments received varied on the proposed changes. As part of the omnibus feedback opportunities, the city also received comments that were not related to the omnibus, but to the zoning bylaw more broadly. That feedback will be considered in other zoning bylaw work as relevant. The internal and external feedback form is still open and accepting comments that the team reviews on a regular basis. Next slide, please. Administration supports bylaw 21336, and if approved, the proposed amendments would be effective immediately. Next slide, please. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation. For any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to our speakers. No speakers in favor. I know in opposition there were 2. David Plamondon from the Alberta Avenue Business Association. Are they with us? They weren't earlier today, I don't believe. David Plamondon? Not hearing from David. And I believe the name is pronounced Thirsty Green? But not correct, Thirsty. That's what it says on the phonetic pronunciation. Am I saying it? What is it actually? Because this is Kirsty. Yeah, like that's what I would have thought. I was just, why does it say T-H-U-R? Oh, okay, no, sorry. I was just like, I'm gonna trust the phonetic pronunciation, but I was like, that sounds like a very interesting name. Well, please join, Kirsty, come, it's Kirsty? Yes. Kirsty, please Kirsty, come join us. We're gonna also update that phonetic pronunciation so that none of us, I can't change it, so anyway, someone else will change it. We all know it now. Everyone else sees the phonetic one. This is not just me making it up. Thank you. It's getting changed as we speak. There we go. Kirsty Green. Thank you. And you're coming from representing the Windsor Park Community League, correct?
Correct.
Fantastic. So you will have 5 minutes, and please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor Knack and councillors. My name is Kirsty Green. I'm the president of the Windsor Park Community League. First, I want to make it clear that Windsor Park Community League is not concerned about most of the zoning bylaw amendments being considered today. In fact, we're quite pleased to see several improvements, including the inclusion of basement suites in the calculation of the floor area ratio. This provides a more accurate reflection of a development's impact. We're pleased to see the clarification around the landscape security deposit requirements, which closes a loophole in the landscaping regulations. And we're also pleased to see strengthened language in the inspections, the enforcements and penalties section, clarifying who's responsible for an offence and what constitutes a continuing offence. However, we do have a few concerns in 2 areas. First, we're concerned about allowing front access to apartment buildings in the developing area where a rear alley is planned. This amendment removes the requirement for the developer to build that alley to the commercial standard in the RSM and RM zones. In our view, this prioritizes lower construction costs over pedestrian safety and walkability. Our experience as a mature neighbourhood in the redeveloping area is that developers are currently required to upgrade an existing residential rear alley to the commercial standard when building an apartment in the RM zone. We believe the same approach should apply in the developing area, and for that reason we ask Council not to approve this amendment. Second, we would like to see future work on the notifications section. Specifically, we are asking for a courtesy notice to adjacent neighbours and to the Community League whenever a development permit without variances is issued for a corner or mid-block row house development. We understand that in some cases, variances have been discovered after the fact. A courtesy notice would give neighbours and the Community League an opportunity to review the plans and identify any potential variances that may affect the community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your consideration of these suggestions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And we'll see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Could you clarify, if I recall, Windsor Park is in the redeveloping area, but your concern is with the development in the developing area?
So I have to explain to you that as president, I am taking the notes from our development committee that provides me with, so the development committee sits together and they form a recommendation on behalf of the Community League. So I'm not an expert in this area. We are concerned, we're concerned that the experience that we've had in our neighbourhood, we don't want to replicate or other neighbourhoods in other types of areas, that they have the same problems that we have in ours. Or
I think, okay, so I can ask administration about that. I appreciate the clarity there. I think what I may ask is around, because as I understand it, in the redeveloping area, we're taking and adjusting existing, but in the developing area, we'd be talking about building a completely brand new building. There would be no issue with, having to replace an alley or anything like that. Am I incorrect, or?
I think we're just concerned that the alleys might not be upgraded the way that they should. We want upgraded alleys. We have a lot of potholes in our back alleys anyway, and we would like to see areas.
But in the developing areas, they wouldn't even have anything yet. That's starting from dirt.
But there'll also be more access into those areas. If there's access into those side areas, then there would be more holes developing. Was the assumption, right?
So the feeling being to limit the amount of infrastructure needed on those sites.
Yeah. So just like don't be cheapskating for the future. Basically, like upgrade, do it properly, and save the money down the line.
Okay, I will ask about that. Could you clarify also the issue with notifications being missed?
So our experience is that there have been a couple where variances were found that were not identified as having variances. So this would help with that.
So would that be an error in an error in practice, or was it just a failure to notify, or?
So I think that the notification. I think that there was no variance was suggested. So the committees, so the development committees have discovered the variance when there was none suggested when it was delivered out.
Interesting. Okay, I'll.
And I think we're not the only community league that have spotted that. There have been other leagues.
Right. So something coming forward and saying we aren't asking for a variance, but then they switch and say actually now we are.
Well, the leagues or the committees have found the variance. It wasn't identified previously.
Okay, I'll ask about that.
So we're asking for a courtesy notice so that the adjacent neighbours and so whenever a development permit without variances is issued for corner or mid-block row houses, that's the ones that are causing the issues. So the communities are asking for a notification of those.
Okay, and then finally, I believe Park Island Community League sent me a copy of kind of the Windsor Park letter as well and said, we agree, but we're fine. I believe they said, I don't want to be quoted, but I believe they said, we're fine with digital notification though. So does the league have a preference around the form of notification, whether it's the postcards, the digital emails, sign-ups, anything like that? Like what, because I hear sometimes people want a print letter, but then others say we miss them, so.
I think both is quite good. I mean, we are volunteers. We have to walk past the hall that is sometimes blocks and blocks away to pick up letters, for example.
Yeah.
So if we can get notifications to our inboxes, it's definitely really helpful, but that only works if you've got community leagues volunteers have got their notifications to the right people sorted as well. So both is not a bad idea. I mean, it would be really nice to see notifications. I don't know. I think there could be improvement in the notification system potentially, but.
Yeah, I agree, and that could be a much bigger conversation.
And that things could be easier found within the system. Because there is active looking within the system as well as waiting for the notifications. People are looking actively in it, but it's really hard to get your head round.
I have questions for admin. Thank you very much for helping me clarify.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Just on the notification piece, I think I know what you're talking about right here.
Oh, thanks.
So in terms of, developments that go through or get a development permit that didn't have the variance, and later on your committee or other bodies find those variances, and you will like the notification at the development permit issue stage?
The information I have here is that whenever a development permit without variance is issued for a corner or mid-block, that's when they want, so anything within those, if it's a corner or
Okay.
a mid-block, get a notification
So,
without variances,
and
so.
you would like the zoning bylaw to have that provision
Yeah.
of notification at the development permit stage for developments that may not have any variance?
For those particular kinds of developments, yes, because
Okay.
they're the ones people are really
Yeah.
concerned about, right?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can think of an example that you're talking about. So I do know what you're referring to. I mean, I'll ask the administration because I'm not quite sure.
I think a lot of it is the burden on a development committee and the work that they put in on a volunteer basis to scan and be aware.
I appreciate it. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I just don't know if amendments in this particular bylaw is necessarily the mechanism to resolve that problem. And perhaps there's other systems in place that can address that. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for you. Thank you very much. You're welcome to still hang out there if you want. We might have questions of new information. Feel free to go back to your seat. Either way, we will go to questions of our administration, and it was originally selected by Councillor Stevenson. So I think I'll go to Councillor Stevenson first.
Sure, thank you. I just want to follow up on that question of the change for alley upgrades in developing areas. I'm wondering, I feel like a visual could help clarify this. I think I'm understanding the scenario, but wondering if there's something that could be shared.
Absolutely. Clerks, can you maybe pull up slide 11, please? So what we're going to pull up is an example of, in this scenario, there's an alley, but there is access provided. I just want to mention that the access guidelines would still apply in this scenario. And so you could see that the access here is off the main street there, but there's only one access, and the two arrows, the one at the north demonstrates the access from the alley, and then the one on the east of it demonstrates where it's off the street, and you can see there's still some active street frontage along the parcel.
Okay, and so the rationale, and so how do we make sure, so let's say it was that scenario, I guess not under RSM, but sorry, it's the RSM and the RM?
Correct.
And so remind me, in those two zones, there's no possibility that that parcel could be zoned, let's say RM, and that you have sort of like a standalone grocery store, for example?
No, not in that scenario.
Not in that zone. And so there's no risk that we end up with an effectively commercial development that just isn't having to make necessary upgrades to the surrounding alleys?
Correct. And I'll just add that as you were alluding to, when they're creating the subdivision, the issue is occurring where they're removing the alley altogether, and we're not getting it at all. And then at the development permit stage, there are opportunities for them to reassess if there are different intensity of uses for what alley upgrades might be required to.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a good safety there. So again, so I guess my question, and sorry, if we could pull up the visual again, it just is helpful for me. So if, let's say, that strip, so it looks like to the north there's just, is that just single detached housing? And I assume that would be like under RSF, for example. If that was, I'm just trying to think, if we had like a very similar built form, like if that strip was RSM 12, the current requirements would have that whole alley as a commercial alley?
Sorry, just a clarification, the RSM, like for the north of the alley?
Yeah.
No, they would still have to have access come off the lane. So the exception is only proposed to apply to sites that are proposing multi-unit housing and cluster housing. There's additional criteria that the parking areas must come off of internal private road or drive aisle, so that also helps limit the number of accesses coming off the site. But if it's a smaller development with less than 8 units and doesn't meet that criteria, then it does have to come off the lane. So if those happen to be zoned RSM north of the alley, they would still have to have access off the lane.
Okay, and I think I'm following the logic. I think this is a really good case example. I guess maybe just thinking about redeveloping areas. So if we had a similar built form in a redeveloping area, I'm just, why do we ever require a commercial upgrade for RSM?
A lot of that has to do with the fact that they're looking at a plan of subdivision versus just the permit, and so they have to look at it a little bit more holistically and think to that highest use. Whereas when we're in the redeveloping area, they tend to be a bit smaller, but also you have the permit and they can look at the traffic volumes with a little bit more specificity there.
Thank you. That's a great clarification and makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
So we're looking at this amendments for the alleys to reduce the number of variances granted.
And I'd say the biggest reason is that when they're doing their plan of subdivision, if they're required to do these upgrades, we're seeing them remove the alley altogether because they're unable to make it work in regards to their development. And so there's no longer an alley in the overall subdivision, and we're losing some of that, the benefits of the alley in terms of a pedestrian realm.
Okay, so how many times, let's say in the past year, have that been those variances been granted? And how many not?
Sorry, we don't have that information with us right now, but it is something that they're consistently, subdivision has brought it up to us as a consistent issue that they're navigating with developers.
So the alley access into the parking then, so the parking would no longer be accessible by the alley, you would be parking on the street?
No, the requirements would actually require that they access their parking off of the roadway there. I just want to go back to one other thing that I mentioned. We also heard this quite a bit in one-year review. I guess that's another.
Yeah, we heard feedback from industry that this was coming up at the subdivision stage. In terms of the variances, we have heard from our internal city staff that these sites often require emergency access that come off the street anyways, and that's the part that's justifying the variance request. But the other main part is that this earlier stage, the subdivision stage, as the neighborhood is being planned and starting to build out, that the alleys are being removed at that stage. And so we're trying to address that issue by creating an exception so at the subdivision stage it's not being removed, and then it can be dealt with further downstream at the development permit stage when we have more detail about the development and the standards required.
So ultimately, Councillor, if it helps, we don't need to regulate this through the zoning bylaw. We have other mechanisms such as the access guidelines, as well as opportunity at subdivision and development permit to ensure that adequate access is provided and that the alleys are there and can be upgraded if needed. So it's really about having the right level of information at the right time in the development process to inform what kind of access we really need.
Okay, and has fire services weighed in on this if we're talking about emergency access?
They're included in our circulations of our amendments, and we did not receive any comments from them.
Okay, and then I'm also wondering, we had a couple of speakers from the, redeveloping neighborhoods. In the report, it says that there was 5 community leagues that responded. Were any of them from a developing neighborhood?
No, none of them were. I would say that, some of them raised concerns that this could be applied in the redeveloping area, and that is not our intent.
Okay, I mean, it would have been nice to have gotten feedback, and I do see that you extended it a little bit into September, and then I'm also concerned with there was other things going on with school and teacher strikes that people probably weren't paying too much attention. I do have have concerns that we haven't gotten really a lot of feedback from community on this. And I appreciate, is it Kirsty, for coming out and speaking out on behalf of the developing neighborhoods too. What else did I have? Yeah, I'll leave it for now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, so the notification piece, the second piece to the alleys, could administration speak to that about the variances that the speaker raised in response?
So I think what's coming up is this conversation around a permitted use that had been appealed, and at the appeal, it was identified that it was a misinterpretation or misunderstanding of what was considered didn't need a variance, that it was found that a variance should have been issued for that development.
And would that not kickstart a different notification or something?
Well, I believe in that scenario, the decision was overturned, and so the appeal board sent that back, like it was refused at that point. So the applicant would need to reapply, and then, yes, if a variance, the development planner would review it, and if they identified a variance, would then be required to do the same notification for a discretionary development.
So do the changes here address the concern raised by the community league?
I think that one of the biggest improvements in the last little bit, and in August we emailed them about notification, the opt-in service notification item, where they're able to see all the permitted development permits that are issued, and gives them opportunities to investigate them further as needed.
I guess, so with the examples of, oh, we didn't get notified, I guess that's where I was trying to drill into. Is this an error of a material error on the part of the city or the applicant, or is this a perception error, or what happened, or is this a common thing or just a mistake, or what?
Subdivision Development Appeal Board determined there was an error in that case.
Okay.
But it's not something that's consistent, and so we also have this sign-up service that Lisa was referencing, where you can receive notifications on any kind of permit, whether there was a variance issued or not. And so that's now available to anyone who wants to sign up.
So that is reflected in the bylaw, in the change there today?
It's a service that's provided. So, because it's an opt-in service, just like you sign up to receive notification about snow clearing, that kind of thing. It's the same tool.
Right. So is a further amendment needed to the zoning bylaw to address the concerns raised?
Councillor, as Shauna was saying, there's a number of ways that we notify neighbors and community leagues. That is guided through the zoning bylaw in terms of our notification processes. For Class A permitted developments, there is no notification requirement. For variance requested or Class B applications, there is a notification requirement. In addition to the required notification areas, as Shauna was mentioning, there are other tools available. There's the opt-in notification process that community leagues or neighbors can sign up for. There's also signage that is posted on site to notify everyone. So there's a number of ways that we look to notify the neighborhood, and I wouldn't rely solely on the mail anymore. The world has changed a little bit, as we've seen. There's been 2 strikes in the last year, so that's why we've been developing alternate tools to ensure neighbors are notified of the development activity in the neighborhood.
So it sounds like the league was suggesting a future amendment to give a courtesy notice to adjacent neighbors whenever there's a development permit issued without a variance. And what I think I hear you saying is, yes, that's already required.
That is not required for a permit that doesn't have any variances.
Because
However,
that's by right.
Because it's by right.
So if you're just doing it, that's fine.
Correct. There is ways to become notified if you so choose through the opt-in notification, or those immediately affected, which is the people next door, or and there's a demolition permit, they get notice. There's also signage that's a requirement as soon as the development permit is issued.
so by right, I get that, but then this concern about they thought it was by right, but then it did require variance, that just sounds like a mistake. Am I misreading that? And that sounds like something that would just need to be.
Mistakes happen. It's not a cause to completely overhaul the notification system. What I would say is that if people are interested in reviewing development permits in their neighborhood, they have that opportunity through the opt-in notification process.
And you can add an address and.
You can add in geographic areas, anything you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tang.
Maybe just to build on that, I think what's the amendments is really regulating the zoning aspect and the notification aspect related to zoning applications. And I think some of the issues that was brought up is really at the development permit stage. So unless we either require all applications requiring, going for development permit variance or not, all of it needs pretty significant notification, which I can see there can be some consequences with that. And additional administrative and red tape, et cetera. But I think that's one mechanism, but that's not encompassed in this, what's in front of us, correct? Okay, I see nodding. Or the other piece is like with the digital system, I will say, kind of looking at some of the feedback we did receive, I try to sign up for the notification. It's actually really difficult to navigate. So if I am having trouble navigating that, signing up, I imagine an average person and a volunteer would as well. So I just I do want to flag that because I think, but that is a separate conversation from what we have here if we want to improve that. Is that fair?
Appreciate it, and we'll take that feedback and look at the user experience.
Thank you. I don't actually have a lot of other questions. I think, it was all very clear. I just wanted to maybe just clarify that piece for.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I think just building on that, I think we've heard a little bit today, just some communication, maybe issues or how to access them. And, maybe our use of the Edmonton Journal with 2 ads to get 8 responses is not ideal anymore. And to look at different avenues to get that out. So we're not going to solve that right now. I get it, but I just want to flag that there might be some better ways, because I think the information is there. It's just getting people to communicate, how to find that is really huge. So we can take that into another time. And then question for the speaker.
Just wait a moment, because we're just doing questions of admin, and then which we might be done based off the lack of speakers on the board. So,
Sorry, I'm trying to buzz back in. I've got one more question for admin.
For admin? Okay, so we'll come back to you on new information, but I'll go to Councillor Rutherford for questions of admin. Great, go ahead, please.
Yeah, one that hasn't been asked yet is around, and I'm excited to see some more of the enforcement stuff, for sure. I always think about whenever there's enforcement, are there any unintended consequences or frankly, GBA plus analysis that has been done on these amendments?
I'll start it, but then I'll look to some of our colleagues online from enforcement. I will just restate that this is an administrative change for them, just being able to deal with these items at court in a more efficient way on dealing with enforcement matters, but I'll let them add in some of the other considerations.
Well, I think it's more than that, based on what I've read in this attachment to, like, before we go to them, is it really is about being able to hold, so that so what I understand, and so correct me if I'm wrong, to bylaw, is if something existed on a property, for example, in Cumberland, Oxford, we have a lot of driveways that are actually in non-compliance because they've built out the whole driveway to the whole front of the parcel. That house gets sold, it's a new owner. That new owner is going to be charged for that, even if they didn't build the driveway. But right now, that's been fuzzy.
I don't know if they want to jump in, but I can respond to that. The concept that a homeowner has obligations to ensure that they have compliant development on their property exists today. This just allows them to uphold that. One item on it, if that was already a legacy property, that might be a different scenario than that. But Lisi, perhaps you want to
Councillor, just to add to the clarification that we're seeking here, this is more in a scenario where a developer builds, say, a multi-unit development, transfers ownership to the condominium corporation without fulfilling their obligations that are required under the development permit. Right now, it is difficult to trace that the obligation for the developer once it's sold and transferred over to the condominium corporation for them to fulfill their obligations. So then it becomes incumbent on the condominium corporation to fulfill those obligations. And there's a kind of a circle there that we are trying to break so that we can enforce the proper obligations on the proper people.
So just straight talk, would this be, there was a condominium corp situation last term. Is this what this is like referring to? That would have been an example where this would have helped?
So say that there's landscaping requirements to be provided on site. And before those requirements are fulfilled, the condominium corporation takes over ownership of the site. Those obligations are a requirement of the development permit, so then they transfer with ownership. However, it is the developer's responsibility to fulfill those obligations. So in order for us to trace to the people that are responsible for it, we needed these amendments to come forward. It's not about driveways or transfer of ownership of legacy pieces. That is actually handled by real property reports and title insurance. So it's a little bit different.
Okay, so it wouldn't be, so just to clarify on that last point, so just that I'm crystal clear, if something becomes non-compliant because we've changed the bylaw, like a driveway, and so then it's considered non-compliant, but it was historically there, that's not what would be getting enforced in this situation?
Correct. There's, yes.
Okay, no, that helps clarify for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other questions of admin, so now we'll do questions related to new information arising from the public hearing. And I know Councillor Clark had a question for our speaker, so please go ahead. I'll just jump right over to you.
Yeah, for Speaker, thanks for being here and making the time. Just a question, kind of a notifications and communication. Do you guys, are your community league, you can only speak for your community league, do you have a point person or somebody who, you know, gets this information or like seeks it out or finds it, and how do you communicate that out?
Yeah, we have a development committee. The chair is, and a committee of probably about 6 people, and the chair is responsible for receiving the notifications and bringing it to the committee for review, and then a recommendation to the board. So in practice, what it looks like is somebody walks by the hall to get the mail every day, and make sure that the committee gets it. And then also that chair is looking actively on, and we have a very active chair, or have had a very active chair who is always on the maps looking. Obviously, as a volunteer organisation, we have a turnaround in committees and in chairs. So we have a whole new learning curve about to happen in our community league. And all of it depends on the skill and the knowledge and the experience of the person in that chair's position.
And then just follow up, and then you pass that on to everybody who's part of the community league on emails and
So
whatever.
yeah, so in Windsor Park we have a weekly e-news, and that goes out to everybody who subscribes, not just in Windsor Park. There, we think we've got about 700 subscribers right now. And so the committee will look at the notifications and will review, and recommendations will go to the board, and then the board will take a position on whatever it is. So it's the community league, and also we any opportunities for feedback and opportunities to take part in conversations, we feed to the community through this e-news as well.
So fair to say not much gets past you guys?
Say
Not much gets past you guys, right? You're pretty on top of it?
Our league, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I do realize, as I was just going through the list of names on our attendees, that our additional speaker who had registered has joined, David Plamondon, so from Alberta Avenue Community League. So again, I have a little bit of discretion I can use since we're still in the new information section. David Plamondon, if you want to take your 5 minutes, I know we've already been asking questions, but you're welcome to take your 5 minutes for presenting anything that you need.
Thank you so much. I won't take the full 5. First, I just want to say on behalf of the Alberta Ave Community League that welcome and congratulations to all of the returning and newly elected councillors and to the mayor. We had originally registered because we had an issue with a few businesses in our neighborhood that were related to some of the changes to the bylaw. But I'm happy to say that our city councilor has reached out to us and we're working behind the scenes to solve those. So I won't speak to that today. I did want to just take a few moments to introduce the Alberta Business Association to some of the new councillors and just reiterate some messaging that we've been pushing for a while now, in that when there are changes to bylaws, they do have knockdown effects to the businesses that are part of the 13 business improvement associations. So it is important for City Council to consider us. I heard earlier one of the speakers or one of the councillors mention better community engagement. So I just want to remind folks that the business associations exist in partnership with the Alberta or with the City of Edmonton, and that there are 13 of us. We do a lot of work in helping create the robust economy that helps make Edmonton the special city that it is. So it is important to consider us when we're making changes when changes to bylaws are happening that will impact businesses, particularly when it comes to how development is. Alberta Avenue, as many councillors probably already know, has one of the lowest vacancy rates for businesses across the city. So for us, it's particularly sensitive when there are opportunities for us to change development areas or to increase our ability to grow businesses. We do really want to make sure that we're considering how that impacts us. So that's really all I had to say. And again, congratulations to all the returning and to the new councillors.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? And this can include both our speaker as well as our previous speaker in administration. I'm treating this just as new information. Councillor Clark, that was again a legacy name from your previous one. Excellent. I don't know why it's always doing that for you, but it's good. Great. I don't see any other questions for anyone, either this speaker or for our administration or for our other speakers. So at this point, I am happy to take a motion to close the public hearing from anyone that might be interested.
I'll move that.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Prince-Bay, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on the closure of the public hearing for item 3.25.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Prince-Bay, did you want to move first reading?
Sure, I'll move first reading.
And Councillor Morgan, you want to second that still?
Sure.
Fantastic. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to these? I'm not seeing anyone jumping on the board. Councillor Prince-Bay, any closing comments?
No closing comments.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Prince-Bay?
I'll move second reading.
And Councillor Morgan, did you want to second that?
Yeah, second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Prince-Bay?
I'll move consideration of third reading of bylaw 21336.
Fantastic.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Prince-Bay.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 21336.
And second. Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Do not leave, everyone, because we have a subsequent motion. I'm going to turn over the floor to Councillor Rutherford.
I have the chair.
Thank you. And I'm going... Go ahead.
And I'll let you put your motion
Thank
on the
you.
floor.
Thank you. I will move that administration provide a report that includes, number one, recommendations and implications on reducing the maximum number of dwellings on an interior site in the RS zone. Number 2, options and recommendations to reduce the impact of height on adjacent properties in the RS zone. Number 3, advise level engagement that draws upon past engagement and feedback. Number 4, options and recommendations to support maintenance and retention of trees on public and, well, actually, I should say, sorry, just on private property, because we already discussed the public property. Due date Q1 2026, I believe February to be exact, is the month we are targeting.
Second. And that was seconded by, I think I heard Councillor Palmer first. Palmer. Please introduce.
Thank you. Very quickly, with the exclusion of bullet point 4, points 1, 2, and 3 are almost identical to the motion Council passed in July. That motion was designed to come back in Q1 of 2027. This is able to get this to us sooner. So it's really just taking what we were already going to do and get it to us much earlier in the process. There was a slight modification in bullet point number 1, which was solely a unit-based part. So in the past motion in July, it said go down from 8 to 6. This gives a little more flexibility for administration to look at things like lot size, because even today we've had single lots that were 700 square feet and some that are 350. And so it might not make sense to have the same maximum on all lot sizes. So this just gives admin a little flexibility in whatever they choose to recommend to us as part of that reduction of the interior lot size. Bullet point 4 is new, to be very clear. I've asked for administration to bring back the existing reports that were already done. I'm not asking for them to do new reports on this. I have made motions on mature tree preservation. They have come to council before. I think the last vote lost on a tie. I did campaign on having this conversation, and so I want that included as part of that report. But all I've asked for is for the reports and information that was previously done to come as part of this report. To be clear, this does not mean, approving that part of this motion or bullet point 4 does not mean you would support a mature tree protection bylaw. It just means we would at least get the information to come back as part of that report. I don't know what my time, I think I had 2 minutes. Let's count it.
2 minutes.
Sure, let's do it.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Whatever you want to call me.
Yes, His Worship. Okay, Councillor Tang, you have questions or amendments?
Yeah, I do. I guess to administration, if the first 3 parts are already kind of in the works but slated to come back a whole year after, what does expediting it by a full year mean for your workload, pace, et cetera?
Yeah, some of this we talked about in June and July already in terms of recommending changes to the unit count, so I think that we're fine there. What really will be the trade-off is the engagement piece, and so we'll be relying on what we've heard through public hearing. We have heard a lot, so I don't want to discount that at all. We've heard a lot through public hearing in terms of RS. We heard a lot in June, July, and so relying on some of that feedback. But we will be doing some targeted conversations, say with industry, some others that some key stakeholders. But that would be the most significant.
Okay, so
Councillor Tang, I would just add that this would also align with the work that we have planned on the district planning reports. So there's some synergy there with the district plans and the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, so as long as it doesn't, I mean, I think there's a recognition about drawing upon past engagement, and so that helps you to kind of expedite this a bit more smoother.
Yeah, and just to build on what Kim said, just allowing us to look at the policy and the regulation all together rather than individually and in isolation of one another. So it does provide us with a better approach in terms of holistically looking at things.
Okay, that's great. And then just on number 4, I guess you're the mover. It's not a decision. You want information that will ultimately inform a decision?
Correct. So
so is that coming at so that's coming to Urban Planning Committee in Q1, and that's where the decision point will be?
No, what would likely happen is that all of those bullet points would have recommended options. Then the committee would make a vote to send that to a public hearing a couple months later.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Knack, were you on the floor for questions? No. Okay. Can I hand the chair to my friend, Councillor Paquette?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So it's fine, but I just want to, like, when I look at the items due and motions, it looks like we have 7 related to zoning coming up. And I'm looking at the wording of some of these motions, and they're not all reflective of what's this. So like, I am worried that it's not verbatim, and what is going to happen with some of the existing motions that are there. So can you just walk me through how you got to that, and make sure we don't lose some of the intent of the original movers in the process of doing this?
Yeah, and I'll maybe also ask you to ask Ms. Petrin. So we had a bit of a dialogue on this, recognizing there's currently, I think, 15 or so reports between RS zoning, district planning, all of this. The intent of this is to try to get most of the RS zoning things done at a meeting early next year. As to if there's anything that is missing from those, I would maybe defer to Ms. Petrin in your question, but I think it was captured based off the advice we got, so.
And we'd likely look at some of those other motions as they'd potentially be redundant as it relates to the small scale zone. So they may be ones that we look to put on a repeal list in the future.
Yeah, so like I guess I'm just going to this one in the report that's due March 23rd. That talks about architectural, articulation, and design considerations in the RS zone for street-facing facades for interior row houses. That seems very specific compared to what we have here.
Yes, and that motion is also very specific to the residential infill working group in the submission that they provided in June. And so that we made changes in June and July to a bunch of those things in terms of articulation, building length, where those entrances are, side entrances. And so there is some concerns that we have with that motion in general, but that motion wasn't to direct any changes to the RS zone in particular. It was only to provide feedback to a submission from one stakeholder. That was that motion.
Sorry, question, Councillor Rutherford. Are you referring to the one that's about entrances on the side of a building adjacent to an alley?
I was just giving an example of, like, as I'm going through this items due, a lot of them seem, I mean, obviously the most hot topic we've had is around the RS zone. So I just want to make sure, because I know, like, I just moved a motion related to height, which I'm actually not seeing in this items due list, before the election. It was like the last council meeting on September 22nd. And so I haven't been able to refer back to it because it's not in this list, to make sure that nothing is missing in that height, that .2 bullet point from the intention of that September 22nd motion. Because I'm okay with it all coming back together, I just don't want to lose anything.
And perhaps when we bring the report, we can make the connections of those motions that are related and similar and consider them addressed or have them repealed.
Yeah, and I guess that's my question on this motion is, does there need to be a 5th bullet point that says, you know, like, look for connections with already existing, like, and maybe this is to the mover, and like repeal.
So it's through my conversations with Ms. Petrin, anything where they felt there is overlap, that they would then include that as part of the repealing bylaw, so that we would still get reference that this is captured. But again,
agreed. Yes. So we can either connect it in the report because it's aligned, or it would be redundant. So we would.
Can you have, like, if this passes and this comes back in one report, could you have an addendum to that report with those motions, just so that, like, I understand your interpretation might be that there's overlap, but I just want to make sure that the original mover or council has the ability to make sure that that intention wasn't lost when that report comes back.
No problem.
Okay.
We can take that away.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Okay, as I return the chair, I'll just remind folks of the time.
Yeah, lots of time. We have 20 minutes. Councillor Salvador.
Yep, thank you. That just answered my question, but just a secondary one. Would this be coming back to Urban Planning Committee, or intention is for a committee, not to come right to council? Okay, great. I think that just allows for a better dialogue. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you to the mover. As I squint at this, I think the first three seem to be optionality that could be reductive. Is there anything that could be here around for, like, I'm going to say expansive, like we were talking about a transit-oriented development strategy, or things that would, it seemed to me the mover was interested in a tapering or a fading of certain mid-block density, but an enhancement around transit-oriented development.
So that, a lot of that work is captured in the other motions that we have made and given direction on. So that will happen, but separate. So there's going to, in an ideal world, of the 15 or so reports that are out, they will now be condensed into 3 separate bodies of work. The RS, and Ms. Petra might be able to explain it better, but the RS zones, district plans, and the sort of nodes and corridors. But yes, so that work has to happen. It just won't be tied to this report, which is about the RS zone.
Can I look to administration to confirm that?
Yes, agreed, Councillor Jans. And I would say this motion is really focused on the small-scale residential zone, recognizing there are opportunities and motions we have related to transit-oriented development. So that work will continue.
Okay, I wonder, to the mover, do you not want to somehow tie them together? Like, I think there's some areas where they'll see a change to the small-scale zone and say, oh, okay, this is the new normal, but really that's kind of not true, because if they're in the TOD area, they'd be looking at a totally different zoning.
I mean, I think the challenge is that would be a mega report.
Okay,
and
sure.
I think it's best for us to resolve the RS piece, which is where I think we heard a lot of feedback during the campaign.
Yep.
But we also heard feedback around enhancing nodes and corridors, district plans, as the way to make up the difference for any reduction in the RS zone. So I think people understand both of that will come. I don't know if there's a really thoughtful way of trying to do that as one single report.
Yeah, I was wondering if we needed to add a 5th bullet and or any other considerations emergent from public hearing that admin feels we need to talk about. Just if there's, I'm trying to think, I've got lodging houses, I've got a couple other questions I've brought up, I've got a shopping list of architecture, landscaping, all sorts of different things. I trust that it's all going to be brought together.
Councillor, what I'll say is that there's a lot of motions out there right now. And so there is a logic to bring some of them together, but some of them just don't fit, and we can't solve all the problems all at once.
Okay, but you do feel that if they are connected and you want to raise them, that this kitchen sink motion here, this 5-bullet kitchen sink motion, will provide the flexibility for us to have a conversation sooner than later.
Well, it's a 4-bullet motion right now. The 5th bullet being the kitchen sink, that is, we will look to align the motions that we can align and bring forward.
So we've already gone from 4 to 6 bullets. We're adding bullets all over. It's an upzoning. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll support.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'm not seeing anybody else on the floor for questions. Anyone to speak to this item, this motion? And Mayor Knack to close?
Sure. Again, I know it's straightforward, but I also know that this is a common topic of discussion over the last 6 months or so, and there is a desire to at least get some closure sooner rather than later, and I think it's wise for us to bring this forward much sooner. I know at the end of the day, whatever comes forward, there will still not likely be a unanimous agreement on every change that is proposed, but nevertheless, I think it's better to get those changes done early on next year, and then we can make sure we're still monitoring it as administration always does with every change we make, but then we can also make sure we're focusing on issues like safety and affordability and growth, especially as we're going into a 4-year budget. There's a lot of important issues. This is one of them, but I think we can resolve it much sooner than what the original plan was, which is why we made the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that has carried. And I return the chair.
Thank you very much. And that leads us to any notices of motion or motions without customary notice. Are there any? Seeing none, our first ever public hearing as this council are adjourned with 13 minutes to spare. Well done, everyone. Thank you very much. No, we're not even pushing things